Hello, good evening. Hi, Melanie. Happy Tuesday to you. I hope that worked out. It was a new attempt at doing some of the things that are on here. That was supposed to be a countdown, so I hope it worked. Oh, cool. Hi, Morningstar. Nice to see you. Welcome to my channel. Yeah, that's the first time I've done the countdown, and I wasn't sure if I did it right or not. So, good, you didn't miss the beginning. That's a great thing, because I'm never sure when that thing starts, whether it's actually starting or not starting. It tells me it's live, but it's like, I don't know if it really is. I think it missed it, because when I see the playbacks, if I look at them, it seems like the beginning's missing. So maybe that's what I need to do, is make sure I use that countdown on there, and then it'll go right into the thing rather than missing out on the very beginning. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people make their own. I'm not really sure about doing that route. I'm not sure, not even sure where to begin with that. But that one works. That one definitely works. So Melanie had a totally unexpectedly lazy day. Well, that's good. I got the clock out by 1 p.m. because one of my systems wasn't working. I went up napping from 3 to 6 p.m. So I'll probably be up all night now. Yeah, it works that way, doesn't it? Okay. I see. Well, I see Morningstar. You're saying hello to Sango. And you're seeing somebody I'm not seeing yet, because there is a lag. Yes. Okay, you're on the website, so you saw. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't get that because there's such a lag between the comments and all. So I was wondering who you were talking to when there was nobody else there. Hi, Master Sango. Welcome to my channel. I don't know if you've been here before or not. Sometimes I forget people that have been here and people that haven't been here. It feels weird because the whole weekend I was only on a few times. And then I wasn't on Friday, my normal time. I wasn't on Saturday and Sunday, because I usually stream for several hours, more like 6 or 7 hours. I'm a long streamer usually, and it was a very strange weekend. And then of course Monday I wasn't streaming, so it was weird getting used to not being on a live stream. I was, a guest in quite a few others, but I wasn't doing my own. So nice to see you all here. Now I started, well, as Melanie knows, I'm working on beta feedback on my document in preparation for edits. And I keep pushing it off and pushing off. And I know there's a deadline. So I keep telling myself, you got a deadline. You got to watch that deadline. But I work better. Hi, Sam. And you all embarrassed me earlier today with that comment. I just told him that it makes things easier if you just use the person's one name and not the whole thing. And because he was, reading them all out every single time. So he kind of embarrassed me this morning with that. It's like, I don't know whether, people like to have that whole thing read out, but it takes forever to read all that out every time. Hi, Charlie. How are you? I saw you briefly today on Heather's, and I was just so tired. I'm like, no, going to bed. Sorry, can't do this. I couldn't stay awake. I'd be asleep on the computer, which is I've done before. Sam says, no need to be embarrassed. I feel bad when people read out my whole name anyway. Well, that's what I kind of thought. And I was trying to, I don't know whether it embarrassed him. I tried to do it as tactfully as possible and suggest that he might not want to do that, reading out that whole thing every single time. Because some of them are long. Some of them really are long. And so, But I didn't expect him to say that this morning. He's lucky he wasn't here. I would have cheerfully wrung his neck for that one. Morningstar says I've fallen asleep on my computer before. I'm doing it way more often than I used to, and it's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Charlie says, not the best. I just canceled my stream tomorrow because they set a level 3 outlook for severe weather, and I don't want to deal with that while on the stream. Okay, well, that lets me know I don't have to worry about tomorrow's stream. Okay. You won't be streaming tomorrow, so I know ahead of time. That gives me a little bit more freedom because I don't have to worry about being back early, and because I have to go to the pharmacy in the afternoon. So we're not supposed to have the weather to the next day. Then we're supposed to get hit. Yeah, ours is like the next day because I'm in the East Coast. I'm pretty, I mean, it can't get much closer except if I go an hour to the east of me, I'll be in the water, but I'm in New Jersey, so. Melanie said, my husband just scared the you-know-what out of me. I had no idea he came in the room. My back is to the door, and suddenly his hands are on my shoulders, very gently, but I had to catch my breath. Yeah, mine used to do that too. And he'd say to me when I jumped and yelled and screamed and hollered, you know I'm the only person in the house. Who else do you think it's going to be? I'm like, you don't understand. You startled me. You startled me. I was intent on something and you startled me. I never could get him to understand that. Sam says, be careful to Charlie. Hope all goes well tomorrow and that there's not too much damage for you all. Yeah, I hope so too. I know some of those storms can be really bad. It's not where I live now. I'm on the 6th floor. I look down on the trees. But the house, when I lived with my dad, there were huge trees on a hill side. So they weren't even straight up and down, some of them. And those huge trees, every time we had a huge wind, I was terrified they were coming through the ceiling of the house, the roof of the house. And I was in the top floor, so I was the first one that's going to get hit with them. Oh, okay. Says, well, Melanie hopes Charlie's safe. Charlie says, good morning, Star. We are not too far from the bullseye. Oh, so, yeah, that could be bad. Sam says, ha ha, sneaky hubby. Yeah, my sneaky hubby almost got clobbered a few times for doing that. He may have thought he was being cute and lovey-dovey, but he scared the shit out of me. Morningstar says to Melanie, you should tell me, takes your breath away. Pretty cool. But still, that shock, though, can be scary. And I don't care if I know he's the only person in the house. It startles me, and I didn't like being startled. I startle easily. All right. Now we're starting to jump here. Melanie says the Morningstar. Good point. Yeah. All right, let's switch over here. My husband did that to me today. Earlier, I have a standing desk. I turn and he's in my face. Oh, no. Oh, wow. That would be so weird. Charlie says, thanks to Sam and Melanie, even if there's no bad weather, my joints and back will act up. That is why I canceled last week's, too. Yeah, I remembered you canceled last week's because of the weather. Melanie says, the Morningstar, that would drive me nuts. He's done that too. Oh, wow. I'd be smacking him in the face. Like, the problem is when I turn around, my face is in his chest because I am so much shorter. He was, almost 6 foot, and I'm not even quite 5 foot. So, the big difference. So when I turn around, I mean, my face is in his chest. When he starts laughing at me. Melanie says, Charlie, understandable for sure. Melanie says, nice crowd in here tonight. Yeah, there is. Nice. Very nice. Morningstar says, I kissed them. Oh, how sweet. I would have had a clobber him first. Melanie said, the Morningstar, oh, that's cute. I like that. Melanie says they keep us on our toes. Am I right? Yeah. I don't miss that, honestly, because there's too many other things that he did that weren't so cute. So, yeah, I don't miss that. Morningstar says tiny and deadly. Yeah, well, he didn't want to see the bad side of me. I may be tiny, but man, don't get on the bad side of me. Morningstar says I'm tall. My husband's a little taller. We are close to eye level. Yeah, well, I was never close to eye level. We were a foot apart, so that's a pretty big difference. And all the kids, including my son, are small like me. Even my poor son. Because obviously the genes on my side of the family, which is all short, were stronger than the genes on his side of the family, which were all tall. But yet his brother was taller than him. His wife was small like me, but all their kids were over 6 foot, and two of them were girls, and they were over 6 foot. So it's weird how genetics are. Melanie says, mine jokingly said, I got to do something to keep us entertained. I mean, as of Thursday, we've been stuck home with each other for a year. He's not wrong. Oh, wow. You know, I don't know what I would do if I had to be with him together every day, all day for a year. Probably kill each other. Hi, Laura. Laura's here, everybody. Melanie said, myself, not us. He starts laughing at Melanie. Melanie says to Laura, Laura's here. Yay. Getting quite the welcome, Laura. Morningstar says, hello, Laura. Melanie said, he's the class clown in every group we're in. Ha ha. Morningstar says, my daughter is short and the scariest of my 3 kids. Hey, nothing means short. That means you can't be scary, let me tell you. There's a side of me you don't want to see. And it doesn't matter if you're 10 feet tall. Hi, BA. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. Just not feeling it today. It has been rough the last few weeks. Hope all is going well. Pens, planners, journals, and pineapples. Happy ready. Well, I'm sorry to hear you're not staying. Hope you start feeling better. Maybe it's this crazy weather. It is really crazy. The temperatures keep going up and down, up and down, up and down. Melanie said, it's why I'm glad we moved up to the 2-bedroom unit. I'll just hole up in the home office when I need my space. If we were cooped up in the 1-bedroom, I don't know what I'd do. Yeah, exactly. We had our own spaces and our own computers and everything. So, you know, we could separate, which came in handy at the end, which we could separate. He used the family room, was big enough. It was 2 rooms. And with the pull-out couch for the bed and his computer in there. It worked out perfectly. I had the big bedroom upstairs. So, worked out perfectly. We lived in the same house. Just didn't have to worry about running into each other that much. Laura says, oh, wait a minute, jumped. I hate when it jumps. Laura says, the hi, the BA. Melanie says, BA, take care of yourself, my friend. Laura says, Charlie. Charlie says, hey to BA. Melanie says to Morningstar, sounds like my bestie's middle daughter who just turned 13. She stands up for herself. It's like, don't mess with her. She'll mess you up. Aha. Okay, let's see here. A lot of comments. Morningstar says yes to Melanie. She controls her color, brothers. Good job. Sam says, get the feeling better, BA. BA says to Laura and Charlie, hello. Melanie says to Morningstar, not surprised. BA says to Melanie, thank you. Morningstar says, hello, BA, pass car. Now see, Sam, I did that, and I didn't mean to do that. It just popped out because I was reading it, and it popped out. All right, Melanie says, I'm glad I was able to make it tonight with work. The last few weeks, I didn't have the mindset for long-haul streams, but I need the human connection. I'm glad to see you. Missed having you around. Laura says, I'm so glad I don't have to quarantine in my old studio apartment. I could throw things from my bed into my kitchen sink. It was so small. One room, 270 square feet. Wow. Yeah. Laura said, lived there for 2 years. Melanie said, and I'm drinking coffee, so I really am here for the long haul. I've got stuff to do. That's great. I'm glad when people have stuff to do. Laura said it felt like a prison. At that size, I can imagine. It probably wasn't much bigger than this jail cell, right? If there's just one of you in there, not two. Melanie says it to Laura, oh my goodness, I could never. And Melanie says to Laura, glad you didn't have to go through this there. Oh, yeah. Being closed up. Well, I've got a decent sized apartment, so I can't complain. I mean, it's small as far as regular apartments, but it's government housing, so government subsidized housing. So the fact that I've got a decent sized apartment, it's a lot bigger than I would have expected, really. So I'm not going to complain about it. What I'm going to move to now, that's a whole nother story. I don't even know what that's going to be. I doubt it'll be as big as here. Hopefully not too much smaller, because there'll be two of us in there. All right, I made it through the comments. I didn't think I was ever going to get through them. You guys are prolific. Now, if you can just be that prolific on your works that you're writing. So I have a few blog posts, and then I have to start working hard at working on the beta reader updates and the changes I'm making in my story. Because it is going to be going to Melanie Doan to be edited. And my dear friend Melanie is an editor. Anyone looking for editing, you can check her out. She has a link if she would like to post it for anyone looking for an editor. Melanie says, we'll be focused tonight. I can feel it. Yeah. I say, Arthur, I'm in a 1-bedroom plus den, so I don't have to listen to the rabbit digging all night long by my head. Driving me nuts. We have our own spaces here. Well, that's cool. Melanie says, my grandpa's assisted living place was pretty spacious. Well, what they did here is there are regular assisted living, which is normally spacious, but they're, single apartments, but they're making, because it's state run, Medicaid, they're making 2 people live in a combined space. So I don't know how this is going to work out. How they're going to give us, each our own little bit of privacy plus sharing everything. I don't know how all that's going to work. And they might all be different. So I may see one place that might be different from the other. So I won't know till I actually get to see the place. All right, so I saw that one. All right, Laura says, here we go. Laura says, one of my stories got accepted this morning, submitted another story today, the same anthology to accept multiples. Well, that's cool. That's good. Accepts multiples. Good luck with that. Melanie was like, wait, what's coming my way? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is where you come in and put your nice little link. like a good little girl. And there she did. So, guys, she's an editor, and she will be doing my editing as soon as I'm done with the updates. So, Melanie says, congratulations, Laura. That's awesome. Sam says, congratulations to Laura. Charlie says, yay, Laura. That is awesome. It is awesome. She writes some great horror stories, too. Morningstar says to Laura, that is awesome. Laura says, thanks. Melanie says, as always, thank you for the shout out, Tessa. You're welcome, Melanie. Anything from my friends. Ah, look who's here. Hello, Annual. How is everyone tonight? I was just telling Sam that you embarrassed me this morning. Master Sango also says yay to Laura. Sam starts laughing. Oh, boy. Morningstar says hello to Annual Writes Books. Yeah, as I was saying, he embarrassed me earlier this morning. How did you embarrass me? Certainly you didn't forget what you did. Melanie says, good evening, Annual. How did I embarrass you? I'm sorry. What did you say? You told Sam all about what I told you about just calling people by their first name and not using that whole long out name that they may have. Surely you can't. You didn't forget that. That embarrassed me. But I forgive you. I do forgive you. Don't worry. You're forgiven. But it was a little embarrassing. So, wow. We have a lot of people in here today. You guys ready to write? Got through all that. I think I have my timer set still on 25. I know that's the average in this group. Between 20 and, because I like 30. I know some like 25, some like 20. So I usually do about 25. Oh, here we go. I remember seeing your name earlier. Christy. Hello, Tessa. My first sprint and prep with you. I took part in the write-a-thon. Very good. I remember your name from somewhere. Were you in Annuals tonight? Or one of the, was that today? I mean, this morning. My day's all turned around. I don't know what it is. I was up early. I don't normally get up early. See how screwed up I am. All right. Yeah, I didn't think you'd been here before. Hi, Christy. Welcome to my channel. And I'm Tessa. I'm mostly a blogger. 10 years blogging. And so, of course, I write a lot of short stories and flash fiction. But I do have a book being written right now that has kind of turned itself into a series. Already working on 2 and 3 when I'm supposed to be finishing up 1. Sorry, Melanie. Kind of working on them at the same time. Can I say? It's the way I am. I can't do one thing at once. I don't know how to do one thing at once. So welcome, Christy. I'm not sure how you are with everybody saying hi. I'm not going to read all of them. So get the gist, I'm sure. Melanie's ready to work on her newsletter. That's good. Yeah, newsletter. I keep saying I'm going to do that. I haven't done that yet either. Morningstar setting up for Camp NaNo. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly which I'm going to be doing. If I'm not done my you know, the one that has to go to edits. Obviously, I have to work on that first because it's due May 1st. So I have to May 1st to finish messing around with that. So Annuel says my stream. I'm not sure what you're saying about your stream. Or are you referring to the fact that yeah, when I was on your stream? Don't you remember what happened this morning? I can't believe you forgot. It was just a tad embarrassing. It wasn't the end of the world. Okay. So everybody is met everybody else. And so is 25 minutes okay? Do we have any that prefer 20? I know that most don't prefer, I'm a 30 person, but I know most people don't prefer 30. Anybody against 25 that prefers 20? I really rather not go down to 20, but a few of the new people prefer 20. We may have to do alternating 20 and 30, 20 and 25. 25 is good. Oh, Christy was on your stream. Okay. I knew I had seen her name. I just couldn't remember where I saw it. Okay, cool. All right. Then we're sticking with 25. I got two people, so 25 is fine. Let me set the timer for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. There we go. Laura is working on her crypt 500-word story. That's a small one. All right, 325s are good. Okay, 25. I will see you all. I usually mute during the stream. I have been known to talk to myself, among other things. So it's better that I just mute myself. Sometimes I forget to unmute. So if you notice words coming out of my mouth and no sound, somebody or everybody write mute, mute in the messages. So I know that I forgot to unmute myself because I have done that, unfortunately. All right, I'll see you all in 24 minutes. Okay. I remember to unmute myself. That's a good step. I'm done, I think, my blogs for the day. All my blog posts are done. I'm caught up, not behind. So that's a good thing. So that means the rest of the time I can work on my beta reader critiques, updating my story, book 1. Try to stay away from book 2 and 3 for the time being. And I have a pile of paper I really need to go through because I've lost a lot of notes. And my story, I'm very disorganized, and my stories are laid out on pieces of paper, and I've got to find them. I'm not a plotter, but I do keep notes of things that I'm afraid I might forget. I do have a story Bible. It needs updating, obviously. So I have that to keep me busy too. So how did everybody else today do? Looks like we have a few new arrivals. All right, let's wait a minute. I go back here. Okay, back here. Oh wow, I did miss a lot, didn't I? All right, that's where we ended. All right. So Maggie came. Hello, lovelies. I know how YouTube is giving me all the notifications late today. That's perfectly normal for YouTube. If you get one on time, I think the system would break. Master Sagno says hi to Maggie. Melanie says hello to Maggie. So lovely to see you. Melanie says, MailChimp is being weird and not loading for me. So I'm just going to draft the newsletter in Word for now and then copy paste. I wondered about MailChimp. MailChimp, I believe, is the one that comes with my blog. And I have not tried using it. I have no idea even how it works. I haven't even looked into it. I know I can, as far as I know, and I already paid for 2 years. So I've got another at least a year, maybe a year and a half left on, as far as I know, time-wise. So even if I go into assisted living, hopefully all that will still be there, at least for that time. After that, I'll have to go back to the free blog. I won't be able to do anything. But I don't know much about MailChimp. I don't know much about any of those, but it's a pain that you're having problems with it. I'm sorry to hear that. Maggie says hello. Annual says to Laura Nettles, congrats. I love hearing your excerpts. I wish my writing sounded anything like yours. Laura has that's not the word, what's the word I want? I hate when that does that. She has worked very hard on learning how to write like that, and her descriptions are fantastic. And I've been watching her ever since she first started in the horror thing and watched as she's grown. She's doing great. And those little excerpts are so neat. Annual says to Maggie, how are you? Maggie says, I am lagging a little today with errands and doctor appointments, but I hope to catch up. Thank you, NUL. How are you? All right, Sam says, gotta go get ready for the stream I have with Lauren and Nicole. I'll keep you on in the background, though. Have fun. Well, thank you. I keep forgetting there's another one besides me. I know one of them or both of them have popped in here before. I said that you were streaming, and I'm like, well, I'm streaming too, so it's a little hard. I mean, I could pop in, now and then for a few seconds, but for the most part, it's a little difficult when you're streaming. I know some people stream hop regularly, and I'm not very good at it. I get confused being on one. Annual says to Sam, okay, see you Thursday on your stream. Have a great stream. Melanie says to Sam, have fun. Melanie says, stopping a few minutes early since I finished one section of my newsletter. Want to give myself a little break before I go into the next one. Sounds like a good idea to me. Lars says to Melanie, good job. Oh, BH is here. Hi, BH. Nice to see you again. And Yul says to Melanie, breaks are necessary. Congrats on finishing. Good job. Okay. Here we are. All right. Maggie says, be right back. Going to get the livestock in the snow is inbound. Okay. Yeah, she's got the livestock and the goats and all that stuff going in a very cold environment. Laura says, I cooked some ravioli, eating them now. Oh, Laura, that sounds so good. I don't have any. Can't even go heat them up. Don't have any. Master Sango says hi to BH. Okay. Melanie says to Annual, thank you. Partially finished, but close enough. Good job. Melanie says, hey to BH Sprinkle. Melanie says to Laura, that sounds delicious. Yeah, doesn't it? Especially, somebody had ravioli stuffed with some kind of seafood. I'm like, oh my God, that's got to be fantastic. Melanie says, I think 25-minute sprints are strong times. Not too much, not too little. I can get stuff done and take a breather at the end. Yeah, actually, there's somebody who's longer than me. I do prefer 30 minutes. There is Julie from Pens and Pages or Pages and Pens, whatever. Her name's Julie. And she does 30, 45, and I thought I heard her say an hour and a half. She does super long stream sprints. So if you're looking for something really, really long, look for that. Because I was on there the other night, and it was like she was doing a 45-minute one. And we tried 45 minutes in here, and we wiped the place out. So the longest I've ever been able to get by with is 30 minutes without wiping all my people out. And I do know there are several people that prefer 25. So I, being the nice host that I am, ask my people. And I mean, if it's half and half, then there's, I got to break the tie one way or the other, or vary it every other or something. But I'm okay with 25. It's close to 30. It's not too bad. I can't do a 10 or 15 minutes because I no sooner get myself settled and the timer's going off, and that bothers me so much. Morningstar says hello to Maggie and BH. BH says thanks, everyone. Morningstar is still preparing. Okay. Christy Worthy. Now see, I did it again. This is you, and y'all. This is all you. I use her whole name, and I don't normally do that. Christy says thanks to Melanie and Emmanuel. BA says to me, how are you? It must be difficult to consider going to an assisted living facility where your health is top priority. I am scared because I don't know what's coming. I am unhappy because it means my freedom will not be quite so much my freedom anymore. Because of my medical problems, I will be under medical care, and I won't be as free as some of the other people living there, unfortunately. So I will be losing a lot of my freedoms, and there are just some things that have to be paid for that I don't have the money for, and so I won't have. I mean, like they charge you for cable TV. I guess they don't have TV because they take all my disability check except for about $50 a month, and that's for anything like that. You need a haircut. I'm supposed to buy clothes and get a haircut with $50 a month. I mean, really, live in a real world here. My kids are about to be in for a surprise, probably, when they find out that some things just aren't going to work out, and they're going to have to somehow figure out how to show out a little bit to help mom, whether they like it or not. They wanted me in this kind of place. Now I'm going to be there eventually, and they're going to have to learn to deal with it too. Daniel says, I have found that 25 minutes is my sweet spot as well. I am the most productive 25 minutes or longer. That's everybody's got their own thing. I mean, I can't fault people that like 10 minutes at a time if that's the way they work better, because we all are different, and I recognize that, which is why I try to do as best as I can. So, I'm compromising at the 25. It's not my sweet spot, but it's not about me. This is about you guys. So it's up to you guys. And if you all can't agree, then I have to step in and moderate. Moderate. Is that the word? Moderate. Something like that. You know what I mean. I have to make the final decision. If you guys can't, believe. Melanie says, I believe you can get ravioli stuffed with crab meats. That might have been the one. Somebody had it, and I'm like, oh, best of two worlds, ravioli and crab meat. I mean, wow, man. Melanie says, you are a nice host, Tessa, and a wonderful human being in general. I'm so glad we crossed paths this past year. Oh, me too, Melanie. You have no idea. You've been a great help to me. All of you have. I mean, you guys were all so helpful that day when I had to go to the hospital. I mean, I can't imagine that happening in a large stream. Like all of us kind of come close to each other because we're a smaller group. But the group starts getting super huge, and then people start getting lost in it. So I don't complain about the fact that I have a small group. I have a great group. I'm happy with my group. I don't have to have hundreds of people. I mean, I know some of these people, that's their whole goal, is to get the biggest group they can get, but I don't see it that way. And if I only have one person then one person is fine. Sometimes we talk and whatnot a little bit longer between sprints because there's only, sometimes we do it when there's more than one of us. And, I try to help everybody that needs it if I can. Daniel says, how I get the blame. Now what? How do you get the blame for what? I yelled at you earlier for embarrassing me this morning. You didn't have to tell Sam that. And the whole stream that everybody was there, heard you. You did not have to do that. I'm over that. Let's get past. Okay, I'm not mad at you. It's over with, and we're done with it. Okay, so we're done that discussion. BA says, can't imagine sending my family to a place like that, but I know despite the challenge, it will be better for you. It will work better for you. Well, here's the thing, and I have to understand what my daughters are coming from. Even if they had room for me to move in, which neither of them do, and they're not, very rich, so it's not like they can afford to go buy bigger places so they can move me in. The point is, I need so much medical care, and I need a 24-hour nurse, basically, and we can't afford that. So even if I was living at home, they'd have to bring somebody in to take care of me because they couldn't do it for the most part. I mean, some things they could, but some things it's really better to have the 24-hour nursing. So I understand their reasonings. I'm trying not to be too mad at them for caring enough And I know it'll be rough because my dad is still mad at my sister and I for putting him in a nursing home. My dad's still alive. He's 89 years old. He's in a nursing home. And he is furious with us for doing this. But he had a major stroke. He has major brain damage. He has dementia. He cannot live at home. He can't afford a nurse either, and he needed 24-hour care. So I know this isn't going to be easy. I can still think about it and say, okay, I understand they're doing this for my own good. When I get to be his age, I might be the same way, cursing you out for doing this to me. Why did you do this to me? I understand that. But it's something we have to put up with as children of parents who have to go into places like that. We didn't want to put him in that place. We didn't have a choice. We didn't have money to get around the clock nurse. He needed a round the clock nurse. He wanted to stay in his home, the upkeep, which of course is tremendous. Plus, of course, he still wanted to drive. He didn't understand that the fact that he can't see out of the left side of his, like if he's looking at you, he can't see the whole left side. And he has to literally turn his head. We have to tell him, turn your head to the side to get him to see that somebody else is there. So, he's unfortunately pretty bad brain damaged. But I understand he's mad at us. He's going to be mad at us. We did what we had to do. So I just have to accept that my children aren't doing this to hurt me. They're doing this to make it so I'm safe. They're afraid for me. They're afraid. Too many things have happened that I could have died and nobody would have known. So I just have to accept it. So I'll be fine. BA said 25 sounds good. Master Sango, quality over quantity. Oh, I definitely think, always thought quality over quantity. I've gotten fired from a job for thinking quality over quantity was important. They did not care that everybody else in that place spent half the next day fixing their errors, and I had 100% quality, and the next day I was ready to start on my next batch of work. They didn't care. They wanted numbers. That was all that was important. And numbers are not all that's important in life. Melanie says, I've become very picky about which live streams I attend. I come here. I definitely go to Sarah Sutton's streams, if I remember. Yeah, I've been to a few of Sarah's. But I don't know if she's around the same time as me or not. I like the work stitch streams when my schedules line up. I've hit a few new ones lately because of having odd sleep hours lately. And they're overseas. And so it's, when I see them in the streams, you don't know because their English looks like English. But it's so funny to listen to somebody with a very definite accent talking and struggling over their English. But their streams were fun. One was H.K. Darkwood, and the other one was Elizabeth Wright, or Elizabeth Ritt, something like that. You'll see them occasionally. Well, I haven't seen H.K. Darkwood, but I have seen Elizabeth Ritt, right? I forget how she puts that. But I enjoyed both their streams very much. Very entertaining, very nice, very, I enjoyed them. So I've been going there when I see them at the time I'm available, which during the day I'm usually sleeping. Melanie says to Master Sango, exactly. And says to Master Sango, that is exactly it. Quality or quantity. And yeah, and it's sad when people would rather have quantity over quality. That's sad. Melanie says sometimes it can be more expensive to bring in the home health care than paying for everything you would receive at the facility. Well, that's it. Not only would we have to pay for all of that, plus his regular living, he lived up to what he made. So there was nothing left over for a nurse, to pay for a 24-hour nurse. The facility is paid for by Medicaid. So he's in the same situation I am. I have no money. So I'm going to a Medicaid facility. They're not the nicest. They're not the fanciest. They have certain rules like everybody else does. I mean, they can't totally, they can, if they can get away with it, but they're not supposed to mistreat their residents. And my sister's trying to determine if my dad has been mistreated or if it's just in his head. And it's hard to tell because of where he is in his head. He's claiming that he's been punched by somebody there that works there. And so she's trying to work through it, trying to see if there's something to it or not. So it's not an ideal situation, but sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. Melanie says, yeah, she moved her Thursday streams from 8 p.m. to 7 p.m. and then she streams at 7 p.m. on some Sundays too. I gather we're talking about Sarah, I think. I've been to Sarah's a few times, but I think it's most of the time I'm busy at the same time. But I'm kind of picky too. I went down Devin's list the other day. I was looking for a stream and I hit a couple people I'd never heard of. And when I clicked on it, I'm like, one, it had to be Twitch. I did not like the layout one bit. But the person, I'm like, I don't relate to this person at all. I know I'm just here for the sprint, but it was hard to get past this person. Kind of a strange person. I'm not saying names. I'm not gonna do that. But it was just kind of weird. Okay. Melanie says yes. That's it. I knew I saw you before on HK Dark. Yeah. Her accent is so pleasant to listen to. She's very funny. I enjoyed the few times I've been able to be on her stream. I really enjoyed that. She's very nice. Yep, I'm ready to sprint. Let's get to it. All right. We are setting my timer to 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I'm going to, sorry. It's already, there's no sense restarting it. It's already started. So don't worry about it. Yeah, sprint. Everybody sprint. I'll be back in 24 minutes. Hopefully. Sometimes the thing goes off. Now that I have the headphones off and I don't hear the little thing go off, if I take them off, I forget to put the headset back on and I miss it. If I don't have the headset on, I can hear, but then my neighbors complain about the noise, so it's easier just to wear a headset. Then I sometimes forget I have it on. You were just messing with me. Okay, Melanie. See, it's a happy place in here. I'm laid back. Everything's easy going. And we have a fun time. All right, I'll see you guys. I keep saying that. I keep putting it off. I got things to do. Good night, Morningstar. Thank you for stopping by. Hope to see you again. You're welcome anytime. I stream 5 nights a week, Eastern Standard Time. I was doing admin things that I should have done a while ago. Man, I had a ton of messages from people from my videos. I had to answer. I've got at least one more that I know of to go. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Time to blast night. Morning, sir. All right, I did see this, and I hope she got my goodbye before she left. I'm not sure. Try to catch her. And I hope the creek doesn't rise, for sure. BH says I have to go. Oh, I'm sorry you have to go. See you later. Melanie says, have a great night. Good morning, Star. It was great hanging out with you. BH says, see everyone soon. Yeah, we'll see you when you can get here. It's always nice to see you. Melanie says, take care of the BH. Good seeing you as always. Jenna, hi. Nice to see you. And I still love that name, Jenna. I think it's perfect. Melanie says, hi. Melanie says, newsletter draft is done. I'll try fighting with MailChimp tomorrow. I'm actually going to go watch General Hospital. I'll be back in a bit. See you all soon. General Hospital, God, I haven't seen that in a long time. Years now. Well, my mother's been gone almost 8 years, and it was, last time I watched it was with her. So we're talking 8 plus 9 years ago, the last time I saw General Hospital. Jenna says, how are you, Melanie? Funky Side came in late. Good evening. No one's ever late. We're free to come and go as we need to. You're not late. Jenna says, funky. Daniel says to Jenna and Funky, hello. Gibberish, hi. Nice to see you. How are you? How's your day? I took a long nap and just had dinner. Sounds like a good idea to me. I had dinner a little while ago, so I'm thinking about food, but right now I'm having a really bad issue with swelling in the feet and legs, and I have to really, really watch the salt, and then they increased my water pill, which not fun. If you've ever been on a water pill, you know that's not fun. Funky says Gen A or Gen A, however you want to pronounce that. Probably A, since we call you Jenna. Gen A. Mike says, ow, it's so cold outside. Oh, man. Did you get all the animals in the barn? Hope so. Funky says something to Daniel. I can't figure that one out. I don't know. Maybe something between the two of them. Okay. So Jen asks, how is everyone? Well, like I said, I run into a problem. My feet were so swollen, there was no way to put on shoes. They look like baseballs or softballs, if you want to get really technical. There's no way they would go in shoes. I had to go get a prescription at the pharmacy. So I tried to put these slippers on that are super loose, and I had my grandson come get me because I said, I can't drive with my feet like this. So could you please take me to the pharmacy? And of course, they don't have what I need. I'm like, you're kidding me. The only place open and you don't have. Well, we can give you a couple to tide you over. So they gave me a couple. I have to go out tomorrow. I have to go to that pharmacy. Then I have to go to my pharmacy because I'm having a problem with high blood sugars and something's wrong with my pump. And so I have to go and get backup insulin pens in order to give myself insulin. So, of course, they call late, too late for me to go pick them up tonight. So I have to get them tomorrow. And tomorrow's pain pill day. Yay! I go get my pain pills tomorrow. So that's where I'm at. I have a couple boxes, so I need to start. I mean, it would be better with my daughter because she's great at helping me. Do you really need this, Mom? Do you really? I mean, really, do you need this, Mom? She'll keep at me. So I finally give up just to shut her up. And I know she's doing it for the good of me, and that's what I need is somebody to do that. Left here alone, those two boxes. Well, as you can see, there's nothing in the boxes yet. And so, oh, okay, Funky. So let's get back up here. I got off on my own thing here, and she asked everybody. So, and you looked great this weekend. Oh, thank you so much, Annual, says Jana. Funky says to Jana, trying to pump myself up to edit. Well, we're in the same boat. I'm still procrastinating. It's still sitting there, not going anywhere unless I do something to it. So, yeah, I feel your pain, man. Jana says, ooh, editing. Funky says to me, I was saying word to Enyo as in word to your mother. Okay. I guess that's something between you guys. It's not something that makes sense to me. But it doesn't have to. You were talking to him. So Funky says to Jenna, tell me about it. Yeah. Editing hell. They call it that for a reason. Really, a reason. I hate it myself. And now this new one is, I have to rewrite because the beta readers and some things I looked up, I have to change more than I planned on. So I have more editing to do but I have a month and a half until it's due to at the editor. So I still have time. Genesis, tell me about it. Oh no, got that backwards. Funky Size says to Jenna, tell me about it. Yeah. Amelia's here. Hey, Amelia, nice to see you. Hello to you too. Shanna says, I hate editing. I think everybody does to the most part, except maybe editors. But then again, maybe they hate it more than we do because that's all they do. If that's their full-time job, editing all the time, gotta be hard. Amelia says something. One of her little symbols of something. Well, that's a smile. I can see that one. Okay. Monkey Side says, I keep reading my stuff like, who the hell wrote this? They should be fired. Well, that was the other thing, is as I'm going through this now, and I have the book, I know the title of it and not there. The thesaurus, the emotion thesaurus, I have to add a lot more description to try to make, without saying, he was unhappy or he was depressed or he was trying to use the thesaurus to, explain it instead of saying, oh, he was nervous. Oh, he was sad. Oh, I'm trying to use that. So that's taken a little bit more time than I planned on as well. But I do recommend that book highly. Genesis, yeah, I agree. And Yule says hi to Amelia. Whoop, jumped. Back up here again. Genesis, I like editing for people. Yeah, that's kind of like doing housework for your friends' parents. You don't want to do it at home, and your parents shout at you because you're doing home, housework over there. It's more fun at your friend's house. What can I say? I don't know. I think editing's the same way. Jenna says, but Grammarly is insulting. Yeah. Sometimes it's stupid, though. I'm like, no, no, no. Why would you even think I want to change it to that? Really? It makes absolutely no sense. How many times they've done that to me? Oh, my gosh. Maggie says, too funky. I think we all feel that sometimes. Amia says, I actually love reading some of my old work. It's either genius or trash. I feel you there. I read something I wrote in 8th grade, and I'm like, 8th grade? That's pretty good for now, let alone 8th grade. I thought that was pretty good. And then I look at other stuff, and I delete it off the blog. I'm like, oh, my God, no. Maggie says, I loathe Grammarly. It is absolutely the last program I use, and I reject 3/4 of their suggestion. I like a lot of their stuff, but sometimes they are way, way out there. Just way out there. Jenna says, I reject a lot of stuff as well, but it's a relatively thorough way to edit for clients. Yeah. I always give mine a run through with that. But like you said, there's some things you have to reject. You just can't use it. All right, we're caught up again. Yes. Right, going. Okay, are we ready for another sprint? Let's see, Funky says, yeah, sometimes I just want to say he was mad and be done with it. I know, but they're saying, that they shouldn't do that. Just try to put more of those words in there that make us, show it, not tell it. So I'm trying to add more to my stories, and I do and I think it's helpful. I do think it's helpful. Gives it a little added. I'm an underwriter, so I really need help. Let's put it that way. All right, and then Amelia says Grammarly is okay. There are quite a few suggestions that I don't get, but at least they point out when I'm using unnecessary phrases. Sometimes I think the phrases add to the narrative. Sometimes they don't. Yeah, it's a matter of you get the last choice. If you don't like it, trash it. And that's just what I do the same thing. But sometimes it shows out something that I really missed, and it's really good that they showed me that because it was kind of like stupid. Jenna says, I just hate that initial count of how many things you need to fix. You have 1,619 things to fix. What? Are you kidding me? That's for the days when I don't edit as I go along. If I edit as I go along, I don't have that many. But when I'm just writing quickly for words, yes, it will tell me I have this huge amount of things. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Amelia says, yeah, I have homework to do. Okay. Funky says, yeah, but I'm lazy. Well, yeah. Christy says, I like pro writing aid. I don't know anything about it except that it's very expensive. They keep sending me ads, and I'm like, no, I can't afford that. And that's a 50% off. I'm like, you're kidding me, right? That's a 50% off price? I'm like, I don't think so. So I don't know how good it is. I've never used it, so I can't testify to that. Maggie says, sprint. Good. Nope. Mary said Grammarly is designed for work emails. I think doesn't do as well for creative writing. It has its moments, definitely, where it just can't seem to grasp what you're trying to say. I do know if you see the ad, it's usually about emails and stuff like that. So, yeah, you could be right there. Funky says printing sounds good at this point. I'm just procrastinating. I know what you mean about that one. I'm still finding things to procrastinate for. Annual says to Christy, I agree. Pro Writing Aid is fantastic, I think. I've heard it, but I don't have the money for it. So there's a free version. I'm not sure it ever offered me a free version. I pay for Grammarly, and I do like Grammarly, except for its few glitches every now and then. But for the most part, I do like Grammarly. I pay for it. But it's not super expensive. Pro Writing Aid is so expensive. Ah, La Monique, hello, hello, hello. Nice to see you. We're just getting ready to do a sprint. So I hope you're up to start writing right off the bat. Jenna says, I used to use it. I use a few things to edit for clients. Yeah, well, something that, you're doing for somebody else, you might have a different way of doing things than you would for your own work. I can see that. Annual says to Chrissy, yes, that's what I use. Funky Size says, La Monique, and her fancy name has appeared. La Monique. Yes. The Monique. The Monique doesn't sound as nice as La Monique Funky. No. La Monique is much nicer. La Monique is laughing at you, Funky. Janice says hi to La Monique, and La Monique says hi back. I think we're caught up again. So I think we're going to start a 25-minute sprint. Again, let me set the timer, 25 minutes, and we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The Monica, if you want to translate it all the way. But the Monica. I like La Monique. I think it's very pretty. I will see you guys in 24 minutes. Okay. So I did do a little procrastinating, but I did work on some of my editing. It's hard. I'm trying to line the pages up where the changes are on one document to where they are in my document. And I have to work to that point because I have, changes that I'm making. So I have to work till I find that point so I can move forward. But I did do some of them. Now, how'd you guys do? Looks like you've been busy chatting. I gotta find out where we ended. Oh, no, I'm still trying to find out. Okay, I think we're here. Maggie says he reached the door as a charred figure stumbled out of the fire with a burning bundle. The dying, pregnant she-wolf fell onto the ground as two burned infants rolled out of the flaming blanket. Ooh, sad, sad. Divided by sight says, don't forget to smash the like button. Thank you so much. Divided by sight. That's what I did when I came over to you guys. I hit the like button. So thanks for reminding everyone. Maggie says, dramatic enough? Oh, yeah. It's dramatic, and those kind of things are the kind of things that make me cry. Because I find animals, even more so than humans, to be upsetting in these situations. That's pretty dramatic, yeah. Amelia said drama is about building tension, so I feel like I would need more context. Jibber says, by the way, I rated Layla a 4 stars. That's the book she's been reading for the last, I don't know, week or so. Since she's been coming here, she's been reading it. 4 stars, so not a 5 star. Maggie says, through the packling came the horrifying sensation of young wolves choking and burning and dying. Alpha Abram ran into the fire, followed by Alpha Jacob. Like I said, these kind of things are hard for me. Like if I knew this is what, I'm not saying that, if you wrote this, that it's bad, but for me, it's hard for me to deal with. So I probably would not read something like this because I can't deal with animals dying or children. An adult dying doesn't bother me anywhere near as much as children and animals. They really get to me. Isaac, the pups are still in the basement nursery. His wounded mother shouted at him when his father and brother didn't return. Oh boy. Master Sango says, perhaps a little too dramatic. Maggie says, oh, it gets so much worse. They have to cut the babies out to save them. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Master Sango, yeah. Oh goodness. And Maya says, sounds fun. I'm sure she didn't mean it the way it comes out. Maggie said, it's a book about a werewolf religious war. The apostates just attacked a pack of moon servants to steal their oracle, but got her killed instead, and all the other pups of the pack saved 4. The apostates are cursed with infertility for a generation and later resort to breeders and witches to produce another generation. All the ones born by witchcraft are weak-souled and become followers of the charismatic son. Giver says she's read 15 pages. I gather you're on a different book this time, though. Monique, only 280 that time. Still progress. Still progress. Amelia said, I was fairly productive, worked on some economics homework, opened my docs, got on my phone, etc. Good for you. Always good to be productive in some way or another. Or you can sit around like I do a lot of times and just stare at the screen. Hello, Courtney. Hello, hello. Courtney's here, everyone. You knew before I did because I wasn't here when the message came through. Maggie said it's really bad to have a food bowl filled with apples and cutie oranges in front of me. I keep eating them. Yeah, that could be a problem. Oh, weren't as many messages as I thought that there were more. We didn't get too many comments on what people did, so I'm not sure if anybody still has some messages coming through. With the slowness of StreamYard, it's sometimes hard to tell. Sometimes it takes a while before it comes through. Chipper says, yes, it is a different book. It's called You Have a Match by Emma Lord. Maggie says, hello, Courtney. And Monique says, cutie oranges used to be so good. Now I'm finding it hard to find the woods that aren't dry. Well, I had a few of those too. Yeah, they were inside was like not, instead of being juicy, it was kind of, yeah, dry. Haven't had cutie oranges in a long time. But I know that was an issue a while ago. Ah, Jenna's back. Oh, you guys, I read Blue's book on the way home today. Cool. Oh, I think I missed hers. Oh, I went back to bed. That's right. I missed hers. I think it was today. Hello, Maggie says to Jenna. Melanie says, welcome back. Jenna says, I was watching some Grammy clips with the team. Okay, gotcha. Maggie says to Monique, they just got some into our King Supers the other day, and I grabbed 2 bags. Jenna says, it's a good book. It's short, but packs a punch. I'm impressed. Did I start reading that or not? I don't remember. Started reading a couple things and didn't get through any of them. I was trying to get the stuff done that I had on Kindle Unlimited. So I'm not sure. And that problem is I got things, some of them are on my computer, some of them are on my Kindle, some of them are on my phone. I don't even know where it's at. I saved it somewhere, but I don't know where. Monique said I did a live stream this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Well, that would have been too early because I just barely made it out of bed after, because I, annuals was at 11 and he had already started. So I wasn't up at that time. I didn't see, I didn't see that. I saw his, so that's where I ended up at. And then I went to Heather's and I was there for a few minutes and I'm like, I can't do this. I got to go back and take a nap and fall asleep on my computer. So I ended up leaving. I fell asleep before I spent so much time falling asleep in front of the computer. It is funny. Monique says to Maggie, cool. We don't have one of those around here. No, we don't have one of those around here either. That's for sure. Jenna says she would have finished it. It's a novella. I'm trying to think. Did I even start it? I'll start working my way through yours. I'm not reading much lately. That's part of the problem. So I'm not spending a lot of time reading. I finished your short story, and I'm obviously not as far along in the other one as I thought. I was going to read it today, but I was too tired. I knew I'd fall asleep if I did it. I just gave up and went back to bed. Monique says, I've got so many books to complete. I should be reading. I know the feeling. I'm supposed to be getting an arc for a book, and I have to write, of course, reviews for it. I haven't gotten the book yet. They keep telling me that it's coming. They don't get it soon. I don't know when they have the review that they want done, but it may not be in time. Maggie says it's a Kroger-owned grocery in the West. And see, we don't even have Kroger's where I'm in. I'm in the East, and we don't even have Kroger's. Monique says, I know you're not a morning person. It's okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I happen to be awake this morning because I'm on a antibiotic right now, and I had to set the alarm for 10 o'clock. And the alarm went off early, so I went back to sleep. I mean, the alarm didn't go off. I took the pill early because I woke up, and then the alarm went off, and I just knocked it off. And then I woke up again a little after 11 and got up for a while, and then it didn't last. I don't even know why I bother. I know I'm not going to do anything if I don't sleep. Jenna says I'm forcing myself to read more now. I don't feel normal when I don't read. I really need to read. I had all these plans. I was going to read all these crap books. I was going to take these notes, and I was going to have all the notes in a book. You know, all this stuff. I haven't done. I've listened to the same chapter on the ebook because I keep falling asleep to it. So I don't get any further than chapter 1. I don't know what chapter 1 is about because I fall asleep as soon as it starts playing. That don't work. I have to literally be sitting up and as hopefully wake. If I'm not wake, not going to happen. Maggie says, I feel like an 8 p.m. bedtime. Today was too busy between doctors, errands, prep for the incoming snow, and pulling my words off Wattpad. I've been on Wattpad. I've read a few stories on Wattpad, but I am not really super familiar with Wattpad. I decided my stuff was going on my blog. I'm not going to put it on someplace else. I mean, it probably get more people possibly read it if I put it on something else. But I have a blog, so why should I put it on? I might. Who knows? It's not done yet, so still have time to make a decision what I'm doing with it. Monique says it's my new strategy for not wearing pajamas and house clothes all day. Stream multiple times per week and be forced to wear clothes and do my hair. Well, you could be like some people and just do the top half and leave the bottom half alone. Say a lot of the news people do the pajamas on the bottom and a suit jacket on the top. Jenna says I read it during the last half of the bus ride, 20 minutes. It was that short? 20 minutes to read the whole thing. Did I read it and forget it? No. I'm sure where's that. Jenna writes, that's a great strategy at author. Oh, here. And you'll did it to me again. At Monique. I'm going to blame it on Enyo. He blamed it on me earlier, so I'm blaming it on Enyo now. I'm not even sure if he's still here. Monique says to Jenna, thanks. Jenna says, when I am at home, I look like crap most of the time. Yeah, I can't be bothered. Even if I'm going out, I can't be bothered. I don't even own the makeup. There's no makeup in this house. Jenna says, I agree with Maggie. Jenna says, and I just worked in the office today. You had a much busier day. Amir says, I like Wattpad Archive of Our Own as a favorite too. I've heard of that. I heard it's harder to get into though. I've heard people talking about it. Something about you have to be accepted to use Archive of Our Own. I don't know a lot about it myself. I never really looked into it, but I have heard that. Jenna says it's a short one, and I also read really fast. Yeah, I'm a fast reader too. That's just something I don't feel like reading, and I have a million reasons for why I'm not reading it. Right now, I just don't feel like reading. Maggie says, well, in the last 4 days, we have found 2 people selling Wattpad books on Amazon. 2 mirror sites of Wattpad filled with malware, and a downloader site where people can buy PDFs of WP books. Is that Wattpad? WP books? I heard that there's a problem with Wattpad and work being stolen off of it. Which is another reason I guess I need to keep away from it. When he says I only ever wear makeup for vlogs. I can't even be well, I don't even own it, but I can't even be bothered for that. Besides, I have problems with my eyes and putting eye makeup on. I have enough trouble with my eyes being too dry, and I have corneal erosion, so eye makeup is not a good idea for a person like that. So I didn't like it anyhow, too much trouble. So Courtney says, I've never heard of Archive of Our Own. I've heard of it, and I've heard that it's hard to get onto, that it's kind of like Wattpad, I guess, but you have to apply for it or something. I don't know. I don't know too much about it. Oop, jumped. I hate when it jumps. Dominique says, have you guys heard of Radish? They pay authors to write chapter by chapter. You have to be accepted in that one. Radish. No, I don't think I've heard of Radish either. Jenna says, I briefly joined a site called Google Media where you earn money per read. I canceled it within 2 weeks as I'll never write there. I see things advertised all along. If you can read, you can earn money. And I'm like, what? Funky Size says, somehow my page froze, so I never heard the sprint stop. Oh, no. It did stop. I heard it. I turned it off. Mama Lee says, hi to Courtney. I saw you earlier today. Team, right day and night. I am For some reason today, very thirsty. Which is both good and bad. All right, let's see. Amelia says, archive of our own. You apply for a login. They send you one within a day or so. Stops, robots, and stuff. It's a very nice community, and you can read stuff on the site as a guest without an account. Okay, I knew I heard something about applying for something. Okay. Oops, jumped again. Monique says, I saw vocal media. It seemed like it was hard to earn peanuts over there. To Jenna. Mary says, well, nice depending on which side of the website you end up on. Courtney says that Monique, oh, for sure. I had fun on your stream, even though I had to leave early. We are out here working hard. Funky Side says, has anyone tried InkShares? That's another one I haven't really heard of, InkShares. Jenna says they entered one of their contests and joined only for that reason. Maggie said, we were all hoping Wattpad security would get better when they were bought by Naver. No, I don't know. But Naver left all the same people in charge, and it got so much worse. They were literally telling affected writers, it's the internet, nothing anyone can do. Could kind of put some kind of security on your site, maybe. Might cost you a little bit of money. Not really. If you want people to use your site, you have to have something secure. I wouldn't want to trust my stuff on there if someone's going to steal it. Mama Lisa's never heard of InkShares either. Yeah, no. No, I guess I'm glad I stayed off of Wattpad. Like I said, I have blogs posted to my blogs. May not get as much people reading as it would otherwise, but I can't say it's safer on my blog. We had a problem a couple of years ago where somebody started a website and started mining stories off of everybody's blog. And there was a big uproar, and everybody went on and, found our work being, on there. Now, the only thing about that site was at least they did put the person who wrote the story, like they still attributed it to the actual author. They didn't try saying they wrote it, but they didn't have permission of the author to put their work on that site. There was a big uproar, and they did finally take it down. All right, let's see. Down here. Jenna says, I have kind of accepted that things will be stolen on the internet as far as books and stuff. It's impossible to totally stop it, yes. You can put your copyright thingy on it and whatnot, but it doesn't mean it's going to be. Maggie says, I am on Inkit, and I have never found an Inkit version of my story on another site. But 5 times I've had to flash my ISBN and threaten to sue to get my stories back. Wow. Makes it so much easier just to stay on my own blog, doesn't it? I'm the owner of the blog. Do what I want. My stories back. Oh, I didn't finish that. Threatened to get the sue to get my stories back after they were stolen off Wattpad. Gotcha. Okay. Now, I've been hearing a lot of not so great things about Wattpad. Maggie says these sites are charging readers, uploading malware, or earning in revenue, ad revenue from stolen stories. Jenna writes, I have a question for a friend. Is it necessary to get a copyright on your book prior to self-publishing? I have heard that technically, as soon as you put your words on paper, there is a copyright on it. So paying for a copyright is not absolutely necessary, but you can do it too if you want to, be sure. But they say technically, as soon as, you put your words on paper and it says that, you wrote it, and there's a way of showing the date it was written, other people can't go and say it's theirs. But I'm sure it's a mess. I'm sure it's a mess. But I don't think but I don't know. I'm not going to answer that because I'm not an indie publisher, so I really don't know. Funky Size says Ink Shares is interesting. You kind of write your book on the site or post it there as drafts. If you can generate enough interest and get 750 users to pre-order your book, Ink Shares will professionally publish your book. That's interesting. Not that I'm planning on publishing, so I don't know. Might look into it. Okay, Size says Ink Shares. Oh, I read that part already. Maggie says to Jenna, you can buy ISBNs or Amazon will assign one if you wish to publish through them. That's what I tried to tell her. Yeah, you can mail it to yourself as a poor man's copyright. Yeah, I email it to myself off and on. And everything's published on my blog for the world to see. Most of the stuff. Eventually the book will too, but right now it's not at the point to go on the blog. But I already have a memoir that's up there. And all my stories and short stories and all that stuff is up there. So they're dated, of when they were written. Jenna said I told her it probably wasn't necessary, but I'm letting her do it her way. Monique says, I don't think most authors get copyrights. I don't. Not to say I never will. That's what I'm saying. I have been told by several copyright sites that as soon as you put the words on the paper, it is copyrighted to you. So technically, that's all you need. You don't need to buy a fancy copyright in order to have rights. But yeah, it's up to you. Monique says, by having an ISBN I purchased by Valker, register it and proves when the book was started. You can include a description, cover, title, and other factors in the ISBN metadata. Well, isn't it technically necessary for every book to have an ISBN? I thought that was an absolute necessary. One thing you couldn't get by without was an ISBN, because every book has to be registered. Maybe that's what you're trying to say. Jenna says, huh? I knew nothing about that. Yeah, ISBNs are necessary for every book. And they said that it's cheaper if you just wanted to buy one, but plan on writing more books. It's cheaper to buy the next, there's a package. And it's almost as much to buy one as it is to buy a package of them. So if you're going to be writing more than one book, you're better off getting a package because you get a lot of the ISBN numbers then you don't have to worry about it. Now, Kindle, as far as I know, Kindle, I think they do all that with their own ISBN numbers. They have a different system. But if you're doing it another way, yeah, you got the one through Amazon. You have an ISBN one that it came through there. You have to have an ISBN. Monique says, yeah, but Bowker is different than using a free ISBN from a platform like Amazon for paperbacks. Because the ISBN is it has to do with the International Library or the Federal Library or the whatever library. You have to have them. They're necessary. Monique buys 10 at a time from Bowker's. Yeah, that's what I heard, that it costs almost the same to buy one as it does to buy 10. That makes more sense to go ahead and buy the whole 10, and then you have them. Aggie says 10 is cheaper than 3. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't tried it, but I heard. Kindle assigns AISNs to ebooks. Shanna says, I'll consider that when I publish again. Yeah, definitely. Because if you're going to publish it yourself, you're going to want an ISBN. But if you go through Kindle, they do something. They give you something, and it's... Monique says most people use the free ISBNs for ebooks, though. I do, but I use Bowker ISBNs for paperbacks and eventually hardback copies. Yeah, and doesn't each have to have a different one? A paperback and a hardback? Don't you have to have one for each? They can't be the same. As far as I understood it, you have to have one for each one. If I understood it right. Kindle does its own thing. Yes. Every format needs its own ISBN. Monique said. That's what I thought. Even though I'm not planning on doing publishing at this point, I kind of pay attention as much as possible to what's going on around me. Funky Size the sprint at the top of the hour. Okay. We got 4 minutes on my clock. Monique says Kindle uses an ASIN number for ebooks. Funky Size, hopefully my stream won't freeze this time. I hope not. I've had it happen to me, though. I'll be going on, and I'm like, oh, that's been an awful long stream. And I'll go back, and they're busy talking. I'm like, what happened there? I didn't hear the thing end. I didn't hear voices come back. I didn't even know they were done. I don't know. Happened to me before. You have to keep an eye on me, though, if you want me to start exactly at 10 o'clock, because I get distracted easily. Very easily distracted, unfortunately. Still doing different admin things and doing some writing in between, so I'm like, you know, do a little bit of editing and then do a little bit of the admin stuff, that kind of stuff. Plus, I have to update my budget to see what I really have on hand. I know what's in the bank. I know that so-called stimulus has not appeared yet. Maggie says, I am probably, oh. Maggie says, I am probably, I think that's going to bed. I'm so exhausted right now. Be blessed and have a lovely evening. Hi, Maggie. Good night. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. See you next time. Yeah, I figured about that. Okay. Funky says, bye. And, oh, wow. Maggie says it's been a long time since 5 a.m. Yeah, you're right about that. Monique says good night. All right. I'm watching my clock. It's almost time. Master Sango says to Maggie, sweet dreams. Monique says good night. Maggie says, love the sprints. Thanks. You're welcome. And have a good night. And I have to start a sprint. It's almost the top of the hour. Get my little timer ready here. About to turn 10. He got retracted for that typo. Oh, boy. All right. So, 10 o'clock. Set the timer for 25. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Okay, we are started, and I am hungry. What am I going to eat? Since my insulin isn't working right now, I have nothing to keep the numbers from going sky high. All right, sprint, you guys. It started, and hopefully you won't lock up this time. Okay, so I did my budget. This all but one. I got one more thing to add, and the budget's done. And we had a few more people arrive. Courtney says she's eating mac and cheese right now. Gibber says that sounds good. Dee Dee says, hey all. Stephanie Wilson says, hello all. Hi Stephanie. Hi Dee Dee. Nice to see you both. Jenna says, I am going to step away for a bit. If I don't fall asleep in the team's room, I'll be back. Okay, well, I won't get too attached to the idea you're coming back, because I know at least 50% of the time you fall asleep. Maybe higher, but I'm giving you a benefit of the doubt. Okay, so Funky Side says, I just gave myself chills. That's a good sign, right? I guess it depends on what gave you the chills. If it's your writing and it's a scary story, yeah, it's a good sign. Funky Side says, good night, Jenna. Courtney says it's definitely a good sign. We all know Jenna. She has a bad habit of falling asleep. Trying to get the teen asleep, she ends up falling asleep. So I don't get too attached to the idea she'll be back. Hopefully she'll be back. She will be missed if she's not here, but she's the mama, has to take care of the little one. Not so little anymore, but still needs her mama. Heck, I'm 64 and I still need mine. I mean, my mama's not in this earth anymore, so I won't be seeing her for a while. Okay, so how did we do? Funky Side says, yeah, it was a scene. Well, yeah, if it's supposed to give you chills and it did, that's a good sign. Definitely, definitely. Monique says, I got 279 that time. Good job. If I counted up all the stuff I wrote on my budget, I'd probably have at least 100 and some words, numbers, etc. I keep a rough budget, and most of my stuff is automatically taken out, so that's all automatic. And then I have spaces for stuff that, weren't taken into account. That's in another section, and I keep track there. And I keep a rough budget, fairly close. My daughter made the spreadsheet for me. She did a pretty good job with it. I did a few tweaks here and there, but for the most part, she did a really good job. Monique says total for today is 1,449 words, which is good. Close to 38K words total. And hopefully tomorrow she will hit 40K. Good job. Funky Side says, I call it the Chameleon, or however you say that name, moment. Like in his movies when they flash back to some crucial moment that gives you the chills. Yeah. I'm quite familiar with his movies. Very scary. Stephanie said, I finally fixed my book and I'm getting it correct in all the places. Oh, that's good. I know you had quite a bit of hassle with that book. I can't believe they did such a screw-up job. And you had the proof right in front of you that that's not what they had. So, that was pretty bad. So I gather that it means you've got everything typed in finally. Punky says, you got this, Ma Monique. Dee Dee says, wow, that's great, La Monique. Punky says, isn't that a great feeling, to Stephanie Whitson? Stephanie said, yes. Yeah, she had a hard weekend with Kindle screwed her over. La Monique says, oh, thanks to Funky Side and Dee Dee. I think I'm going to start again in the AM. Thanks again for the sprint, Tessa. Always good convo and good author friends on your stream. You're very welcome, and you're always welcome here, of course. And I'm glad you had a good night, and hope to see you soon. I mean, you know, 5 nights a week. I'm usually streaming, so. Now, if you're looking for something in the morning, I'm not much help there because I only pop into them when I happen to not be able to sleep. Stephanie said it was so messed up, but I got it all fixed. That's good because what you showed us was pretty bad. Who knows how much of that you didn't show us or didn't see at the time and didn't know yet. But I'm glad you got it all fixed. That's good. Funky Sai says, La Monique is magnifique. Very nice. Funky Sai. Good night. Christy says, between annual sprints this morning and Tessa sprints tonight, I added 2K to the Stract. Woo woo! Good job, Christy. That's great. 2K. Great job. Mama says, wee, Funky Side. Good night. And Mama says, good job, Christy. Guys are doing it good. A lot done. Dee says, sounds like everyone was pretty productive last sprint. I'd say so. Definitely. I mean, I didn't do any writing yet because I have to do a few things that need to be done. I've been putting off. Like I needed to get my budget updated, make sure I'm staying on track with my funds because they have to last a whole nother half a month plus a few days because I don't get paid to the 3rd of the next month, which will end up being on a weekend. So I'll probably get it Friday 2nd. Get it a day early. But I still have over 2 weeks to make, so I have to make sure I have enough funds there. He says, okay, I'm leaving for real now. Funky Side. He laughs. So many people say that, and they keep right on talking. I'm going now. Really, I'm going now. I'm going now. I'm going now. Really, I'm going now. I have a bad habit of doing that, too. I do that in regular conversations. Like, I'm getting ready. I'm going home. I'm going home. Really, I'm going home. Goodbye. I'm going home. I'm going home. And then we get to the front door. We're still going home. And then we get to the car. I'm still going home. And it takes forever to get out of anywhere. Keep on talking. Just keep on talking. Okay. So, did we get everybody? Everybody's progress? Can't remember who's here and who's not still here. All right. Funky Side says I've got one more sprint in me. Is that supposed to be starting time at 35? Like right this second? You want to start me? You want me to start at 10:35? I gather. Because I have to get my thing up here and ready to go. No, it's not 35 here yet by my computer. All right. Now, 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All right, it started. Okay, good. Master Sango says another sprint would be nice. It is started now. Courtney said, I made some notes and now I'm getting ready to do some more brainstorming before bed. Yeah, before bed. Okay, well, it started. So we're on our way. Oh, Christy said my dog is demanding that I take him on a walk. So good night, all. Thank you for the sprints. You're welcome, Christy. Hope to see you back again. Nice to have you. All right. Okay. Another 25 minutes down. Finished my budget. And then I started going through email. So I'm still procrastinating. All right. Let's see where we're at. Christy left. Annual says, that is fantastic. Glad we got some productivity out of our streams. Yep. Good job. Melanie says, hey everyone, I'm back. Sorry it took me longer than I expected. I went up getting the laundry done and had to rearrange my desk piece of it. Nice to see you back. Let's see. Annual says, okay guys, I'm going to say good night. Have a great night and happy writing. All right, hopefully I haven't missed you yet. I may have. You may have gone already. But thanks for coming. I don't know if I'll see you Thursday or not. Depends on what time I wake up. Monkey Size said I did pretty good, but this chapter seems to be taking forever to get through. It happens sometimes for some reason. Some you can flow right through them, and others just take longer. Master Sango says to Annuel, take care. Yeah, I probably missed him. I see the time. By the time on there, I probably missed him. So, anyone else get anything done? I started going through my email and I find free ebooks. So, I'm going to stop and I'm going to order ebooks. Especially the free one. I'm not reading at this moment. I don't know why I have this need to have these ebooks. The fact that they're free has something to do with it. I could pass them up if they cost me money, but they're free. Free. Haven't heard bad. I pass something up that's free. That's why I have so much junk in here, because it's free. I can't resist it. I know. I gotta start packing up the stuff, but getting rid of stuff I know I'm not going to use. Like, I have tons of books on how to write a memoir. I already started my memoir. I don't know if I'll do any more in the memoir because my memory is gone, well, wonky. Most of it right now is not very clear. So the part I posted was about the best part, and that was right after I got married to a Marine. And it was my life as a military wife. And it was pretty good. Probably the best part of my life. The second part I was going to do to that, I can't even get the timeline to come out right on that. So I don't know if I'm ever going to bother. But I don't really think I need all those books. So I need to get rid of those books. And they're taking up space. So I need to get rid of them. Can't take them with me. No reason to take them with me. So I need to start getting them ready to go. Fill up my back seat with stuff to go to the Goodwill or whatever. Okay, Funky Side. Okay, off to take the dogs out and go to bed. Thanks for stream. Night, everyone. Thanks for coming, Funky Side. Nice to see you. Glad you came. Hope to see you soon. I'll see you around, I'm sure. But good night. Dee Dee says, doing work stuff again. Seems to be my thing on Tuesdays. She says, good night. Courtney says, got some productive things done. That's the whole idea. Get some productive things done, so that's good. Melanie says, I'm just kind of hanging out for now, in my head a little bit, so I'm just organizing my workspace while trying to sift through my thoughts. Sifting through the thoughts. Yeah, it could be. That could be hard. depending on what you're thinking about. Sometimes. Yeah, we have I had a pretty good turnout today, and a lot of new people. Well, not a lot, but several new people. And today was pretty big. And some of them, I think, have disappeared and stayed in. Because either that or just not replying, because not too many people are replying. And it says I have 11 people. So, who knows? Amelia says, I've got a little bit of productivity. That's front. Hey, a little bit's better than none, right? Productivity is productivity. That's the way I see it. I mean, I did something that had to be done. I should have been doing something else, but I did something else. I have something that needed to be done, so it's done now. I don't have to do it. It's done. One thing off the list. May not be something super important that I did right this minute, but hey, it's done. That's what I figure anyhow. I just have to take a couple things. I have a few notes on here. For the most part, it's just adding something to my calendar, and then those pages can go, which will free up a couple more. Still have a lot of pages to go through. And every now and then I go over to my book and I work a little bit on it. I'm slowly working my way through it. And I'm working on, well, 2 is kind of on the burner right now. I'm holding it right now because I stopped writing it in the thing. I'm working on part 3, which is the one I'm writing now in the prompts. And so I'm waiting for the next prompt to come out so I can continue writing it. It's starting to get a lot darker, so soon I'm going to have to probably cut it off because it's a family-friendly website, so I don't want to get too dark on it. I've been trying to watch out for that. So the second one ended happily ever after on the website, but it's not going to in the books. It's not going to be this nice little happily little ever after story I had written, because something came up and I thought, hey, that'd be really, really, something that'll turn that book upside down, but it can't go on the blog. So I wrote the happy little ending and put it on there and stopped and started the next one. So book 3 is like the one I'm working on now. And I don't know what part of it is I'm writing. I'm writing a part of it. It could be the beginning. It could be near the end. It could be the middle. I don't know. All I know is it's getting dark pretty fast. So I may have to abandon it fairly soon. But these are all ones that I'm working on. Amelia said, I started the spin-off book. Darn nabbit. At least I have options for when I want to write and if I get stuck on one. Well, that's what I like, is having a choice, not being stuck on one. I know a lot of people say, they can only work on one at a time. And if that works for you, that's good. But I'm one of these people that likes having options. And I may not feel like writing one of them at a certain time. May need a distraction and, something else. So I like options. So I have no problems with spin-offs. I mean, I'm writing books 1, 2, and 3 right now. Chipper said, I stopped reading. I'm not really in the mood to read, but I will try to study my lines for a presentation for my drama class next week, Tuesday. I'm so nervous. Yeah, I can imagine I would be nervous too. Especially if I knew I was going to be standing in front of people giving a presentation. Not very good with that. Melanie says, I have a conundrum with my series. I realized that the current book one could work as a prequel, especially since it's a novella, like a teaser for the full trilogy. So what you originally thought was book one is now going to be the prequel, and you're going to have a three-parter after it. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, if you can catch their interest in the first part, then they're going to want to read the next part. Usually that's the way it works. That's kind of like what I did when I went and realized that book one was suddenly going to become a series. Like, what? Where the heck else did that come from? That was supposed to be one book and done. What happened here? I'm writing a whole series. Melanie says to Gibbers, best of luck. Amelia Word. She wants a word. What's a word for a lot of conversations happening in a certain area that blend together as background noise? Anything more specific than ambiance? Noise. A lot of noise. Blend together as background noise. I don't know. It might be, but it's not coming to me anyhow. Let's put it that way. Maybe somebody else knows something. Trevor says, thank you. Amelia says to Melanie, how exactly would it work as a prequel? If it does, I don't know what the conundrum is. Well, I kind of wondered about that myself. I mean, you said it would just be the prequel to a trilogy, so you'd have maybe one more book you have to write than you planned, maybe? Because since it's book one of the trilogy and now it's going to be a prequel, you're going to need another book in its place. So it would require more writing, I guess. Master Sango says murmur. I like that. Murmur. Yeah. Good word, Master Sango. I like that. Melanie says, originally I was going to release the trilogy, then release the prequel. I never got the understanding of releasing a prequel afterwards. Prequel means beforehand. And I know Star Wars did it, and I hated it. I prefer my stories in order. I don't want to go backwards to find out what's going on. So in my opinion, I don't like prequels that come at the end. So the prequel, the characters would be younger and still coming into their own as warriors of magic. Yeah, but you're talking about putting it at the end. I don't understand that. I don't understand when Star Wars did it. I still don't understand it. I'm sorry. I just don't get that whole prequel at the end, because it's not a prequel if it comes afterwards. I mean, it may be a prequel, but it's in the wrong order. I like my things in order. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm messed up there, but I just prefer my books, movies, etc. in order. I hate it when they're out of order. Melanie says, I'll have to replot what I had planned for the series to see how it would work. No, that's your choice. As I said, I don't like prequels that come afterwards, personally. But that's my personal opinion. Tons of people love Star Wars. Guess it doesn't bother them that they're out of order, but it does bother me. Melanie says, I love the word murmur. Great choice indeed. Yes, murmur is great. Release the prequel after would include its own trilogy, like what Cassandra Clare did. Not familiar with Cassandra Clare. Would include its own trilogy. Now I'm really getting confused. You release a trilogy, then you release a prequel that's going to have its own trilogy. That sounds like a logistical nightmare to me. But I'm not writing it, so I can't say anything. Murmur is such a fun word to say. Amelia Ward. So like Star Wars. Yeah. Well, as I said, I hated Star Wars. I like Star Wars. I hate how they did that. I really, really, really hated watching the movies afterwards when they were young. From when I had already seen them as adults to now seeing them as young people. No, it doesn't work for me. I like my things in order. I really can't stand them when they're out of order. Maybe it's just the Libra in me, but it bugs the hell out of me. But, hey, a lot of people like Star Wars, so what can I say? Melanie says, but honestly, I think I'm just going to stick with my original plan, which was the trilogy and then a standalone follow-up. Sounds good. Melanie says Star Wars did it that way because they knew they would make bank. Chibber says, I agree with you. I like it in order. Good. I'm not the only person who likes saying in order. Melanie said, I'm sorry for the confusion, Tessa, but yeah, a lot of YA authors will release books out of order. I don't know how. Well, I guess because I don't read them, I guess I wouldn't know that, but I would hate it. I really hate things out of order. It bothers something inside of me. And like I said, it just might be my Libra because I like things balanced, and that is definitely not balanced. Has to be in order. Amir said, well, it's a prequel because of the order in which you are supposed to watch them. I don't mind prequels after the original stories, but if they then added stories different places in the timeline. The prequel belongs before, as far as I'm concerned. Amelia would be upset. Chipper says, you're a Libra? When is your birthday? The 11th of October. Amelia says, well then, again, I grew up with all the Star Wars movies released, so I could watch them in order. Yeah, and see, when I was in my early 20s, the first Star Wars came out. And at that time, we thought those were the movies. Great, wonderful, great series, perfect. Then all of a sudden, this prequel thing comes out with 3 movies that are beforehand, and that really, it screwed it up, and I hated it. But I had to watch it because my grandson was over, and that was his one thing he wanted to see. So I went and I got the movies for him, and I sat there and watched them, and I was so really upset with the whole thing. Oh wow, we're close. Anyway, Melanie is the 10th. When's Gibberish? The 12th. 10th, 11th, and the 12th. Wow. How about that? That's pretty funny. All of us all right in a row. Amelia's a Capricorn. Don't know what that says about me, but my birthday is in early January. And I'm not up enough on all the signs to know what they mean, but a Libra has to have things balanced. And it really bugs the hell out of me when they're not. If you're a Libra, Melanie, I'm surprised you're thinking about doing something so out of line, so out of order. Oh boy. Melanie says, I think that's why I've stuck with the Black Dagger Brotherhood series by J.R. Ward for so long. They've been released in order. At least the major books did. Some novellas are out of order. Yeah, I don't do well. Don't do well with things that are out of order. They already published, but they do belong in the chronological part. Yeah, they do. Melanie says, the Gibberish, oh my God, we'll have to have a party this year with me and Tessa to celebrate the 10th, 11th, and 12th. With you, me, and Tessa to celebrate the 10th, 11th, and 12th October birthdays. Oh my God. 3 of us right in a row. How about that? And in order, exactly, 10, 11, 12. I mean, wow. Yep. And Maya Ward, my bestie, is a cat. She's super motivated and a hard worker. Very hard to stop her. Jipper says yes. Laugh out loud. Melanie says, and yes, you're right about things being in order, Tessa. I've tried. Oh, wait a minute. There it goes. It jumped in order. I tried writing a project out of sequence and it was not good. Yeah. No, I can't do that. Maya says that. That's why every time I start to do corrections, I have to start at the beginning. Because I can't start in the middle of the thing and work. I have to start at the beginning. Mia says, I'm like the opposite. I can work hard, but it takes next to nothing to stop me. I get distracted easily, and I rely on bursts of motivation. My motivation is, bursts of motivation. I wouldn't get much done if I had to wait till I was motivated. I have no motivation, really. Dee Dee says, I'm a Capricorn too. We're allegedly reliable. At Amelia Word, I question this. Amelia laughs. Melanie says, I'm a Libra with Taurus rising and an Aquarius moon. So I'm indecisive, but once I do make up my mind, good luck getting me change it. Yeah, exactly. And I'm always wandering somewhere, either in my mind, yep, or daydreaming. Yep, that's me. That's why I can never stay focused. All my jobs are like, I'm a great worker, but she doesn't stay focused. She's always daydreaming. Oh my God. Melanie says to Dee Dee, I love how you threw allegedly in there. I know I can rely on my cat bestie. Dee Dee says to Melanie, I think your rising moon and other stuff makes a difference. Excuse me. Mia said, I think I was supposed to be an Aquarius. Melanie says to Dee Dee, it does. Amelia's just, I think that's a laugh or something. Can't see it. I know it's a little tiny emoticon. That's all I know. Um, yeah. There's something, the thing is, I like things in order, but I'm messy as all get out. Like that part doesn't bother me, but there are certain things that have to be in order, like the books and the movies. Being out of order drives me crazy. But I look at the mess around me and I'm thinking, I like order, but yet I really don't care. I don't really see it. Like people ask me, how can you like live like that? And I'm like, I don't see it. I don't know. I just don't see it. Molly says we're always ruled by all 12 planets. The ones that determine our prominent personality traits are determined by the time of year we were born, where, and the time. Also positioning on the stars. Yeah, there's a lot to Aquarius. There's a lot to astrology. And I know when I had a full reading done, they needed the exact date of time that I was born, the whole exactly everything to do it correctly. But I'm not real familiar with how it works, so I myself don't know how to do it. But yeah, the shred up on Capricorn I call bullshit. I've almost never been practical or down to earth in my life. uh, there's a lot of things that fit me and a lot that don't, but like you're saying, there's a lot of things that influence us. It's not just when we're born. There's a whole lot of other stuff that affect it. So I can read something and say, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I was like, no, that doesn't fit at all. Not at all. But if you have a birth chart done on your exact birth time, exact, it is a lot closer to what you are. Because there are some things I read and I'm like, I don't get that. I'm not that. Your rising sign may be more prominent in your chart. I'd be curious to know what you're able to find out. If anyone is interested in tinkering with it, here's a link to the birth chart generator. Do they do a full chart? I mean, I actually had someone who did chart, whole chart for me. Melanie says, my dad was a Taurus and he really was stubborn as a bull. My mom's a Gemini and she's definitely ruled by the twins. She'll be in the greatest mood, but if the small thing goes wrong, the entire day is ruined. I can understand that. Let's see, I have to go out of here. Can't click on the link in the thing. I have to go over here to click on the link. Numerology. Hmm. Enter the city name only. Choose the correct city from the drop-down. What drop-down list? That's not where I was born. There it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, wait a minute. Don't think. It's the day. Curious what this is going to do. Hope I'm putting this in right. I was born 19 minutes after midnight. All right. See what happens. Well, I came up fast. Most of this makes no sense to me. The sun is in Libra. Oh, yeah. Since Librans spend a lot of their time trying not to rock the boat. Oh, my God. I'm forever trying not to rock the boat. Peace loving. They can quietly stir up all sorts of trouble with their ways. Oh, boy. Oh, oh my gosh. I have to go back and read this sucker. I don't know. There's a ton of stuff there. I have no idea what it means. But I'll have to go back, and a lot of it definitely is definitely true. Is Lizzie here? Did I miss something? Oh, there's Lizzie. Hey, Lizzie. Hey to you too. Oh, we're gonna have another sprint. I'm sorry. We got distracted. See, I get distracted easily. You guys, we got talking about astrology, and I was off on astrology. Oh, we got off on another tangent. All right, so Lizzie stopped by. Hi, Lizzie. If you're still here, you see this. Yeah, that's what I said. I couldn't figure this. There is underneath stuff that you can read. But the stuff above it, now it's beyond me too. I don't know anything about all those all those little signs and pictures and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm still a novice. I need somebody to tell me exactly what it is. Like, uh, listen, a lot of that was so right on. And the funny thing was, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, well, that's really not such a good thing, but it is true to a point. I am so determined not to rock the boat. And like it says, that we are known for our untruths, because in our quest to not rock the boat, we will tell a mistruth so that people will not be upset. And it's true. That's what happens when you get too many Libras together. We go off on tangents. Yeah, mine says sun too. I'll have to read it later. It's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I do plan on doing. I haven't really got much accomplished as I plan to, so definitely finding another sprint. Are you ready now, or do you want to wait? Need something to drink. Yeah. Yeah, let's get off this topic. For sure. Get ready for a sprint. All right. You need to run before the sprint, or should I start the sprint and you can run out during the sprint? Dee Dee says, as a Capricorn, we should probably be working. I'm not a Capricorn. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, I've always been distracted. That's one thing I can't stay. I can't stay on one subject. Like, that's why everything is such a mess here, because I start on 50 different things and never finish anything. So it's out laying all over the place instead of put away, because I'm not done with it yet. All right, let's get a sprint going. We set the timer 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Amelia says, as the honorary Scorpio, I vote we continue on this tangent. You got to do something else besides. Doesn't mean you can't go read your whatever you came up with, if that's what you want to do. To be organized. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Fascinating. Is this printable? Really don't want to sit here and read this now. This is long. I don't know if it can be printed. It's not formatted for printing. I'm not going to bother printing this out too much. And it doesn't make any sense. I was just thinking about printing it out, but it doesn't print right. It's a lot of paper, and then I start reading certain parts that make no sense. So I'd be wasting paper on stuff that wouldn't even understand anyhow. So I think I'm going to leave that alone for now. Maybe I'll see what it costs to order a chart. I know there's got to be a cost for it. Sure, it's not free. I haven't had a reading done in a while. Okay. I was just saying I was going to try to print it, but it doesn't print right, and it's a lot of paper, and a lot of that doesn't make sense. So I'd be printing a lot of stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. I may look into seeing if they do charts. It looks like they do charts probably for a price, I'm sure. I haven't had one done in a while. Maybe I'll look and see how much they charge. It's been a while since I've had my reading done. Yeah. It's a lot of printing of stuff that I can't even understand, so it would just be a waste. Should do something. Should do something that makes more sense than wasting time. Wasted too much time. Mute myself. Hi, Jocelyn. Ah, painting the room to get it ready for the baby boy. That's neat. That's fun. That's a fun thing to do. Might be work and tiring, but it's fun to decorate for a new baby. When my son was born, he didn't have a room. He was in our room. So there was no nursery. And then when the girls were born, they had a room they shared. We were in base housing at that time, and I don't remember doing anything fancy to the room because it was just old base housing. Yeah, Viper needs a name. I understand that. Yes, definitely. Even superheroes have real names. Yeah, Viper doesn't quite fit as a regular name. Melanie's about to crash. She's heading out for the night. You're welcome for the hosting, and nice to see you again. I was just actually working on the story again, so I'm slowly getting there. Dee Dee says good night. Master Sango says good night. So Jocelyn, do you have enough rooms for all the kids separate, or are they sharing a room? I know one's a girl and one's a boy. Sometimes in the beginning you end up having them share a room. When the baby it ends up with mom and dad, like in our case where we had no room. We had two girls and two bedrooms, and they were already in the other bedroom. And it was a small room, so there wasn't really room to put another person in there. It wasn't until we built on the front of the house that we had a room. The girls got our bigger bedroom, and he got their old bedroom. When I painted, when I was pregnant, my belly was so far out, and wasn't paying any attention. I'm painting away. Look down, the whole front of me is painted because my belly was just rubbing up against the walls I was painting. We decided that wasn't a great idea. uh, yeah, you got to do what you got to do. I worked with mine. I was a waitress, though. It's really hard. Well, this timer is about to go off. Yeah, we're under 20 seconds. Didn't get a whole lot done. Gee. Got rid of a couple of pages. Big deal. All right. That's the end of that sprint. So, Amelia, you're going to use Viper as his regular name? That's more a superhero name than a regular name. It's like Batman being called Batman instead of whatever the heck his real name was. uh, Superheroes. What was his name? I don't remember his name. You still there, Justin? They planned on having Viper's birthday be a big secret, and I guess it will be in sequels, but it feels weird to be revealing it in his origin story. I don't know. All right, Dee Dee, thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good night. Hope to see you soon. Nighty night. Amelia said, well, he's just fun like that. Uses Viper as a sort of nickname to those that don't know he is a super. And to those who know, he still won't tell them it's real. Well, I know Batman and Robin kept their names separate. I can't confess to knowing a lot about superheroes because it's just not my thing. But I do know they kept their names separated. Nobody knew who they were in real life. Like a lot of them, you didn't know who they were in real life. So yeah, they had two different names, but their identities were kept different. Now some of them, like the Hulk, I mean, he turned huge and green. He was a little hard to keep secret. Thanks, Master Sango. Yes, everyone remember to grab a snack and hydrate. I just had some water. I ate on one of our prior sprints. I drank more water today than I normally do. Gibberish. So thank you. I just grabbed the snack. Man. You said, yeah, that's a common thing in most superhero stories, but some, especially newer ones, experiment with different elements, including identities. I haven't seen any of the newest stuff. It's been years since I've seen anything dealing with superheroes. I really don't know much about them. I know a lot of people go crazy about them, but I haven't actually paid much attention myself. Gibberish, any update on living with this system? No. I'm gathering, and I could be wrong. Something could open up at any time. But if they don't give me enough time to be able to move, it's going to be real hard because they'll take my next available check. And if I have to pay rent in order to clean out my apartment or something, it's going to be a real pain in the, you know what. um, I don't know. I have no idea how it's going to work. I mean, I'd rather find out at the beginning of the month and have a whole month to be able to, get everything together to move. And then that next month be out of here and ready to move into the new place. But I don't know for sure how it's going to work exactly. And that's the government for you. They don't want you to know anything. Heaven forbid they let us know something, right? Oh, this chair is so uncomfortable. I wanted to buy a new one, but I don't want to spend the money on it now. Trying to save what I have because I have to pay off bills before I can move. And I don't know what's going on with the so-called stimulus that we were supposed to get this week. Are we getting it or aren't we getting it? I don't know. I'm kind of counting on that to pay off my bills. Because it's just about enough to pay off my bills. And I can't have any bills when I move in. So I don't know how that's going to mess things up if I don't get those bills paid off beforehand. And my rent went up almost $100. I knew it was going to go up because I'm an government assisted housing, and it's 30% of your adjusted gross income. So the more medical bills I had, the lower it dropped. So it was really low. Well, now that I'm on Medicare and Medicaid, I don't get that medical bills to claim. So my rent went up almost $100, which I knew was going to happen, but I'm not putting that much money out each month that I used to have to put out on medical. So, I'm still a little bit ahead of the game. But I'm going to have to start watching I already started cutting unnecessary stuff out of my budget. Because it was simple to just say, all right, it's only so much per month. I can afford that and add it and not think about it. I can't do that anymore. All right, let's see. Man says, just imagine my two characters ordering coffee or something, and when the cashier asks for a name, he answers Anthony, and my other character, Keith, is like, is that your real name? Viper is like, no. So what is your real name? Sherman. Really? No. Why won't you tell me your real name? I don't tell anyone. Why though? Yeah, why? If he doesn't know he's a superhero, having people know his real name is not a problem. Now, granted, I'm going by Batman or up. In real life, he was whatever, forget his name. That was who he was. He was Batman when he was Batman. And nobody knew he was the other guy. So why can't your character just have a name that it's his real name and everybody can know it and it's not a big deal? I'm not getting this. Just keeps going on with Playful Banner and stuff. I don't know. That's a little weird. Guardians of the Galaxy is a great example of superheroes without secret identities. Main character goes by Star-Lord, but is more of a nickname as he wants people to call him. Don't know anything about Guardians of the Galaxy. Bruce Wayne, that's the name. The one I couldn't think of. Yep. Everybody knew him as Bruce Wayne. Nobody knew he was Batman. Everywhere he went, he was Bruce Wayne if he was Bruce Wayne, or he was Batman if he was Batman. Now that makes sense to me as a superhero. I'm a little confused about this other thing, and I don't watch Guardians of the Galaxy. Have no idea what they are. Couldn't tell you anything about them. So, I don't know what to tell you. I'm never going to understand superheroes, I don't think. I think it's fun, and he has lingering family issues. He is trying to reinvent himself and doesn't want to be connected to his accent. All right. So create a name that you're going to use. Why would you stand there and play name games? I think I would get annoyed if somebody did that to me. That little conversation would drive me crazy. Plus, he works undercover a lot, so his identity is relatively important. Who are you asking, Gibbers? I'm busy writing murder mysteries at the moment. Amelia likes superheroes, if you haven't figured that out yet. I don't know if that's a genre. What is that? Fiction? I mean, fantasy? Or what do you call that? I don't know what you call it. Superheroes. Oh, well, like I said, I just started writing murder mysteries. Before that, I did not have a specific genre I wrote in. I don't. At this point, my blog is full of all different kinds of stories. But I did switch to book-wise. I switched to murder mystery stories. So whether they're murders or mysteries. But I know I'm still trying to get book 1 done and screwing around with book 2 and 3, and I think 4 and 5. No, 4. 4 is already a NaNo project, which I have to reconvert so it fits into this series. 5 is, I'm not sure 5 is. 6 and 7 are really far off. I don't know if those are going to work out or not. There's stuff I wrote on my blog a while ago, and I have to pull them out and see if I want to really finish them or not. I definitely have at least 4, maybe 5. Superheroes is pretty much considered a genre, but I guess it would be fantasy. I don't know. I don't either. Yeah. I would guess it'd be fantasy. If I had to guess. So what do you write, gibberish? Anything? Maybe like supernatural fantasy, oftentimes with romance, because I can't help myself. I like supernatural romance. I'm not a big fantasy reader, though. I really don't read or care to write or read fantasy, particularly. You don't write anything unless it's for school. Oh, guess you get to write plenty of stuff there, right? I have not read much of anything lately. I have a ton of books and I haven't read anything. I don't need to buy another book. Oh, we got a newcomer here. I thought Dee Dee came back. The color struck me, and then I realized somebody. Yeah, we're still doing sprints. We're kind of talking at the moment, but yeah, we are still doing sprints. If you're interested, welcome. I'm Tessa. This is my channel. We've been doing 25-minute sprints every. I don't know. A little bit of talk in between, discuss what we're doing. Right now, we were just talking about what we've been writing. But you're welcome to stay and join the next sprint. It'll be a 25-minute sprint if you're interested. Ruru, MEB. You're welcome. And hello. Amelia says, wait a minute. Well, the way I think about it is that he isn't in the spotlight and he works underground, and therefore his superhero identity isn't in the mainstream news media. Plus, Viper isn't immediately a superhero name. It's the context of it being a superhero story that would make it seem like a superhero name, and the other story and just be eccentric. I don't know. Whatever. Can't help you there. As I said, I'm not really into superheroes, so I don't know. I don't know what to say or what to do. How about we start another sprint, guys? Yeah, they got a point. I know things in the Marine Corps and the military, all that stuff's is all copyrighted. Can't use it. So if that's the name of the superhero, an existing superhero, probably can't use it. Good point. All right, let me get the timer started. We're going to sprint for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, I'm going to actually mute myself. One thing, I make a lot of noise and I tend to talk to myself, so it's better that I mute myself anyhow. I will see you all in 24 minutes. Enjoy. All right. I ran next door, left a note at my neighbor's, tell him I have to go out tomorrow if he needs to go out. And let's see, then what did I do? I ordered a book, 2 books, 3 books. I'm on the 3rd book on Amazon. I'm getting the newer version of the Emotion Stars. I like the one I have, but it doesn't have all the new stuff in it. So I'm ordering a copy of the new one with the extra emotions in it. And it's great. I can write, sentences to show the emotions without saying he smiled and he laughed and he frowned all the time. And you can, it's really a good book. If you haven't used it, I find it a great book. All right. I tried checking, see if it was copyrighted, Amelia, and it doesn't look like it is. At least nothing came up from Google. Okay, Ruru got 315. That's great. Good job. Amelia says, so I should probably have Viper's real name decided on whether or not I decide to use it in future books past his origin. I thought about Alexei, but I'm not so sure, mainly because he isn't Russian. I do like Alexei, though. Well, I don't have it memorized. I have to look it up each time still. I haven't gotten to the point where I know all the emotions, but I just look up the one I'm looking at and read down through it each time and pick out what I want to use in my section. But I didn't think I really was going to like it. And when I ordered it for Kindle, and something got screwed up, and I was mailed a used copy for twice the amount of the new one. So I complained to Amazon. I said, what is this? I said, 1, I ordered Kindle. And I said, 2, this is a used book with writing in it, and it's twice the cost of a new book. Why would I do that? So they gave me credit for it. And when I opened the book, the writing's very minimal. It's 1 page that I found so far, and it's just the name and phone number of somebody. And that would have been hard to do on Kindle, going back and forth. This is so much easier as a paperback. So now I'm ordering the paperback version of the newest one, because they just put out the new version with 55 extra emotions. And I had the old original version that does not have it. Let's see, when was this published? Because you'll see in the front, first print edition, May 2012. It doesn't have the 55 new ones. And it says right here, it has a thing across it, and it says on there that it has the new emotions, and there are 55 new emotions included in the book. And it's the new book out. It's version 2. This is the first print. I don't know if you can, let me take this off of here a minute. This is the first print. Nope, wrong way. This is the first print. Now the new one, the second one has, I'm not sure which side it's on. I think it's over here. And it has a white box, like a cloud little thing. And it says that they've added. So when I read the thing in Amazon, it says there's 55 new emotions in the second book. So the second edition is the one I'm ordering now. So it has the extra. This one is the original one. So yeah, this is really a great book. And I'm an underwriter, so it really helps me beef up paragraphs with words that make, set the scene and everything. So I've used it a lot lately, and I've been really happy with it. Yeah, Ruru agrees with that. Master Sango says I might upgrade too then. Yes. Make sure, though, that you're ordering the one that is the new one, not the old one. You can get it in Kindle, which is cheaper, but I find when you're trying to go back and forth, it's harder in a Kindle to go back and forth than it is in a paperback. Normally, I don't buy a big paperback, but for this, I'm glad it is in paperback because it's a lot easier to use. So, yeah, that's what that's what I'm doing now. I didn't hit the order button yet, but I'm about to order. It's 16, about 16 something, 17 something, depending on, I guess, tax and all that stuff. So that's what I'm about to do. That's what I was doing when, let me see if I can do this before I forget. See the checkout. I take it back. It's a blue thing across the bottom that says it. Oh, it signed me out. Don't on it. I wonder if I have to go through the whole thing and order again. Oh no, wait a minute. I think it's still here. Still here. Second edition. Make sure it says second edition. Okay. Place my order. Placing. Delivered on Friday. I'll have it by Friday. That one, I can't say for all, depending on what you pick. But that one there is, you definitely want the second edition, though, not the first one. All right, so that's ordered. I can come back. I'm back here again. See, I don't have a lot of space, and so it's a lot easier to have everything on Kindle. But for these kind of books, I'm finding you're right. They should be in paperback. But I really don't have a lot of room. That's going to be a problem when I move into an assisted living place, is I'm going to have even less room. So a lot of mine are in Kindle, which depending on what it is, it won't matter if it's in Kindle. But a book like this where you have to go back and forth between different emotions and you want to go back and forth, trying to find it on a Kindle would be a pain, going back and forth looking for it. Whereas here I just look in the, the index or the table of contents or whatever it has and look up the emotion I'm looking for. And I definitely think it's a good addition to any writer's book of, books. I mean, not everybody likes these kind of books, but for something like this, they have a whole series of different kinds of thesauruses, but of course I can't afford to buy them. Can't afford to buy all them. So, but this one is really great, and I've used it so many times, and I'm so glad they screwed up and sent me a paperback and not a. Though I wish they'd sent me the brand new one, which has 55 new things, and not make me, I got credit for. So basically, the first book was free, but that's beside the point. So let's see here. All right, so we were back to Amelia and her Alexa. I like that. I like the name. And who is it? Let's see. Ruru says parents these days name their kids whatever they like. They do. They name them Apple. They name them. I can't even think of some of the weird names. And then you got the people make up names. You got people naming them after, things like Apple and somebody named them after Apple. Somebody named their kid Apple. And famous people, of course, think they can name their kids anything, and they don't think of what it does to the kids. So, yeah. So, yeah, I agree. And Alexei doesn't have to be from Russia. I do like it. Because I like Alexa too, which for a female, Alexa. So it's a name that I would like. I think that is fine to use if you like it. If that's a name you like, go with it. Definitely go with it. Okay, so all right, I guess I better stop spending money now. The first 2 books were free books. The third one ended up costing me $16.19, whatever, plus whatever tax or whatever is on it. I think a total 17 something or whatever the tax. But yeah, so now that should be here Friday. Cool. I'll be able to use it. It'll have a bunch more emotions in it. Sometimes I'm not sure which emotion I want to use. I've combined a couple. Even combined a couple. So, you know. So I did do a little bit of writing. I'm in the beta reader stage. So I'm doing corrections, and I have some spots I do need to rewrite because, well, the beta readers, you know, made sense. Let's put it that way. I didn't quite see it at first. I was a little annoyed, and I thought, nah, they really are right. You know, so that's what I'm working on, and that's for book 1. I have to May 1st, and then it goes to the editor. The editor is no longer on at the moment, but she was here earlier. She was Melanie. If you were early enough to see Melanie before she left, she's doing editing, and so she's going to edit this book, book 1, and I have a memoir on my blog right now that's already posted. I'm having her edit that, and then I will repost it to my blog with the, you know, whatever changes have to be done, because I did it myself. I was going to do this one myself too, but you know, right now I got the money, so I'm going to pay to have it done. I won't have money soon, so the rest of them I might be doing myself, but for now, anyhow. So some of the names people name their kids. Some strange ones out there. I tried to keep my kids' names normal because I know I struggled. My name is not abnormal, but my name is Teresa, and nobody can spell it. And it's always spelled, oh, it's T-H-E-R-E-S-A, right? No, there's no H in my name. It's T-E-R-E-S-A. So I spent my entire life going over with fighting with people putting H in my name. There is no H in my name. Please, please take it out. If it wasn't a legal document, I didn't fight about it. But if it's a legal document, I need it in my right name. Please spell it. Please. So that's been a pain. And then I married somebody with a horrendous last name. And so I was using that as my writing name. And I said, well, that's my name. I'm going to, you know, keep it. I want it to be my name. And then I thought, wait a minute. That's my married name. It's not the name I was born with. So I went back to my maiden name. So my pen name is my maiden name. And I'm not even going to use this name except for when I have to. It's my legal name. You know, for writing, I can use what I want. Gibber says, I like uncommon names. Well, the thing is, my thoughts are that it's harder on the child to have an uncommon name. And being a child who grew up having to constantly fight with everybody about her name, I really hate it. And so I feel bad for these kids that get some of these crazy names. So my kids' names are all normal names that you would expect them to be at that time that they were born. They weren't, you know, strange. They They may not like them, but they're not strange. Mary says, well, I've had a crash course in trademark law. Superhero names are trademarked. Someone did have a supervillain named Viper, but you lose trademark if a term becomes generic. If people associate a name with a company, the name can be protected under trademark. Technically, the word superhero is yeah, I would guess so, is trademark. The trademarks also only apply to product names. If it is used inside the book or work, it bypasses trademark. Could be a marketing issue, though. Trademark also relies on how long since the trademark was used. Well, I had to rewrite my memoir because when I was going through all the stuff, the legal stuff and whatnot, it said I couldn't use USMC, I couldn't use Marine Corps, I couldn't use the little phrases that they use. And I had that liberally sprinkled throughout my book. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So I rewrote my book and made it generic. It's just a military wife now. You could, if you're a Marine, you probably could figure out where, by my things, what it is. But I made it generic because I didn't want to have to deal with the possibility, because they trademarked everything. Everything was trademarked in the military. I mean, the initials, USMC, Marine Corps. I mean, United States Marine, everything. They said over 600 words in military are trademarked. I'm like, jeez. So, yeah. Mary says if it's an old character, it could be more of a generic name and safe. Shivers. Oh, sorry. Ruru says, but I think Viper is a villain. I've heard it before, but when I was looking on Google, it kept coming up with Pit Viper, which I believe was a car. So, it didn't really seem to mention anything about any kind of superhero or anything like that. Jibber says, yeah, I have an uncommon name as well, but I think it's beautiful and kids will be kids. They'll always find a reason to pick on you. Yeah, I was picked on all the time. I was bullied all through school. I'm 64 now. And back then, of course, they didn't really know what bullying was. That wasn't a term. I was just constantly picked on. It's terrible. Ruru says, and if it's a Marvel or DC, then you would have to find a different one. Oh, yeah. I would definitely not mess with Marvel or DC. I've heard people tell stories about that. So, yeah. Mary said I probably should consult with a lawyer about trademarks. Might be a good idea. Mia says Viper is a Marvel villain. Oh, yeah. Then you want to be very careful about that. I would definitely check with somebody. I've heard a lot of bad things about Marvel and their trademarks and stuff. Yeah, I agree with Ruru. Steer clear. Trying to come up with something else. So that's probably why it came to mind, because it was something in your mind and you thought of it. But yeah, you don't want to get in trouble. Mary says, yeah, you definitely can't have a tech corporation named Viper. Must be hard coming up with superhero names, because probably most of the kind of names you would want to use are probably been used already. I mean, there's so many superheroes. I mean, I don't even know them all, and I know there's a lot of superheroes. And I don't know, something. I mean, there's things like what? I may be wrong, but isn't there one like Iceman and I named him after a snake because he has extrasensory power. Yeah, Viper's definitely a snake. This is all stupid. It's literally the name of a snake. But it's trademarked. And yeah, Marvel, I've been told Marvel is a terror when it comes to using one of their trademarked names. Yeah, I guess so. Over 8,000 characters, really? Marvel and DC are just grabbing at names. Probably can't even use Apple. I don't even know how to help you with that. What kind of names? I like the name Viper. I like the vision I get when I say Viper because of the snake. You know, it's kind of a slithery, thing. Um, but you got to be careful. You don't want to get in trouble over something that's stupid. Like you said, it's stupid, but they're serious. And if they can get money, they're gonna, they're gonna. That's it. You can if it's something about anything with technology. I'd be careful, Amelia. That's all. Just try to be careful. I mean, you could take words and try to translate the letters around, see if you can make another word out of it. Or what if you, well, it might be one already. What if you were to be like VYPER for Viper? I don't know if there's a Viper out there like that or not. You can name a character Viper if it wasn't a superhero, like if it was a fantasy bad guy. He's nothing like their villain. Trademarks are supposed to protect consumers from companies trying to pass themselves off as other larger companies. Well, I know I run into that problem with the Marine Corps, and they were very specific about it. And I decided to avoid any hassle and just go with a generic, which changed my story a little bit from what I originally planned on doing. Because the original name was something that was a very common phrase in the Marine Corps. And when I looked it up, one of the first things it says was, do not use this. This is trademark. And I'm like, oh my God. And that just put me on a whole long, thing of looking for another thing. And then I had to change it around. And, so it's definitely different now than what I originally planned. But I didn't want to mess with the government. The U.S. Marine Corps is part of the government. I don't want to mess with it. They made it very, very clear that their logos and their words and everything was trademarked. You could, because it's in the same generation. Generation? It's like authors can't use the same names. That's when I went looking for mine as a pen name. There's another Tessa Dean, but she's not an author. I'm like, well, as far as I can see, there's no problem with it because any other person comes up as this other woman and she's just something else, not even a writer. Mary says, well, in your case, Marine Corps would make people think that your story was officially with the Marine Corps. Well, that's the problem. They don't want anything associated unless it is associated. And it was just the story I was writing, and things I was writing about they may not have been happy about. So yeah, that would not have been a good idea. So I just totally went generic. Just went generic. Military wife. And everything. I named the state we went to, but I did not put any names or anything, you know, like try to keep it as generic as possible. Somebody who's a Marine would probably know that it's about the Marine Corps. But I don't come out and say that. Even if it's their own birth names. But what about VYPER? Someone's probably thought of that already, but it'd still be Viper. Y is I. And it would be unique. I'd think about it. If you want to keep it Viper. I didn't look it up. I mean, see what happens when I look it up. Fitness roller. Fitness roller. Fitness roller. I can't see. We're using Viper spelled that way. Has nothing to do with superheroes at all. You could probably use VYPER if you wanted to. I mean, I'm not saying you have to. Yeah, see, that's what I said. Change the spelling. Mia says, my character is a superhero, but he has different powers, different gender, different ethnicity. I could do Viper. It just looks weird. But it's a superhero, so there's a lot of weird superhero names. But it's your story, so you have to make it. You have to make the decision. Yes. Use the word for Viper in a different language. Interesting idea, actually. Did you guys want to do another sprint? Yeah, he says, I've been writing this character for months. Ugh, I literally can't think of him as anything from Viper. This is going to be a painful reconditioning period. I'm sorry, Amelia. You could take your chance, but I'm not sure I'd want to do that. Okay, good. Let's sprint again. Asp is the word for Viper in most languages. Really? I never would have thought of that. I know what asp is. But that's interesting. Valkyrie is a no-go. It's a superhero name, but I'm not as upset about that one, though. All right, we're going to do another spread. Let me set the timer. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I will see you guys in. Oh, let me put the timer back up. Sorry about that. Almost forgot it. Let me Hey, Amelia. Hope you didn't leave yet. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we made you depressed. I mean, there's got to be a way that you still make a superhero story. You just might have to go about it a different way. So sleep on it and think about it, and maybe something will come to you. I certainly didn't want to make you depressed. I'm sorry if that's what happened. But trademarks are a real thing, unfortunately. So they are something you want to keep in mind. Try to have a good night if you're still here, and I'll see you next time. Hi. Yeah, Claudia, I am. I was also in the WWW 2 streams of sprints and 2 streams of jets that weekend. Yes, we are. I'm 64. I'm definitely not young. And you're 17. So yes, you are young. Okay, you were the Zara stream. I was with Lindsay and Stephanie. And then I was in the chat with Laura Nettles and Lori Writes the Blues. And Laura did a horror type theme. Cool. It's really wild that you recognize my profile picture. You only got 400 words a day. I'm trying to think. Did I get much written? I'm not sure. I was trying to do beta reader critiques. So I have to finish doing my beta reader critiques for my story. Wow, 400 one day, but 3,000 the next day. Well, that's really good. Definitely good. Some people went really crazy and did 10K and 12K. I wanted to stay awake, but I watched it opening and then, oops, wait a minute, I'm going to turn off the timer. I watched the opening and I started on sprint 1 and I fell asleep. I said, well, so much for that one. So I went to sleep till 9. So let's see, you have to get beta reader feedback to read too. Or you've got it. You just have to go over it. For my last book, I won't be able to read it until I finish drafting this one. Should finish this drafting by the end of 2 weeks. You slept right after your stream ended. Yeah, well, mine was Saturday. They didn't start the 3 with the chat, and then 8 to 9:30, I think it was, we had the sprint, and the next morning I had a 9 to 10:30. I'm not a morning person. As you can tell, I'm not a morning person. That's why I'm up at this time. Yours was at 8 a.m. You have 17K to go to finish your story. That's cool. Yes, it's 1:48 a.m. here. I'm in the East Coast. Good old New Jersey. Busy going through all this paperwork to get procrastinating. I know I have to do this beta reader corrections, but I keep putting it off. Oh, you're on Ontario. Okay. I'm trying to think. I know Laura Nettles is up in Canada somewhere. Is it Ontario? May not be. It's one of the big cities. Lou says, I got words. We had a baby hatch. A baby what? Chick? A little chick? Or a lot of kinds of babies. Toronto. I think she's in Toronto. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Chipper says, oh my God, how cute. Toronto, that's the capital of Ontario. I don't know a lot about Canada. Yeah. Wow. Nearly 7 million people. Wow. 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 I come from a small town in New Jersey. I'm in the Garden State, part of the Garden State. Ruru got 462. That's a good amount of words. Good job. And a baby hatched. We have 460 words and a baby hatched. Wow. My town has 5,900, but I'm moving to Toronto in the summer when I go to college. That'll be quite a change for you from 5,900 to 7 million. Biggest by population, not man. That's like we have a huge population in New Jersey, but it's one of the tiniest states. But as far as people go, we have a lot of population. Well, I'm glad you're excited. College is a big thing. You have to go for a few. The quail are hatching. Oh, they're quails that are hatching. Oh, cool, Rue. That's wonderful. Have fun. That sounds a little cute. The quails. Hotcha said they originally lived in town of 50,000, and that was much more my style city. I don't like cities at all. We have a town here that's not really what people would consider a city. To me, it is. It's really tiny, but it's got the same vibes. The parallel parking, everything that you find in a city, everything jammed together. All the storefronts all jammed together. Like to me, it's a city, but it's not really a city. It's really a small town. But I like really, really country. I'm not much in the way of cities and big towns and stuff. So, Chipper says college sucks. Yeah, just bigger in general, though. It's pretty trashy compared to where I live now. Bigger cities definitely tend to be trashier, especially certain areas of the city. Katya wants to know why gibberish. I didn't go to college, really. I took one college course when I was in my 30s, and I took a technical school course when I was, how old was I then? 20 years ago. 44. I took a technical school class on computer programming and web design. Trevor says you'll see what I mean when you get there. Not sure I understand. I enjoyed high school. One thing I know about college, it's not like high school. I may not have been a full-time student in a college, but the time I did spend there at the college, it's not high school. So if you go in thinking it's going to be high school, it's not. Definitely not. Yeah, that's what I just said. High school is not like college. You can't go by that. I didn't spend a lot of time in the college, but one of the things I hated was the fact that the teachers really don't teach. They expect you to read and learn on your own. They don't expect a lot of help. They aren't really helpful. That was my experience. They just pile on a lot of work and leave you be. I knew something about computers, so I went and helped my fellow students. Our professors had nothing to do with it. They didn't care less whether we knew or not. Read the book, that's all they cared. Do your tests and hope to pass. And there was no, I mean, hopefully yours won't be the same experience, but I know that was my experience. And granted, it was 20 years ago. 30 years. I was 30 when I went to college. So 30 some years ago. I'm sorry, you broke his heart. Broke your heart. Well, everybody's different. Nothing says you're going to hate it. Can't go by other people. It is a lot of it is a lot of money. And Gibberish agrees with Tessa. They don't answer emails when you need them. They're not there for you. They don't teach you. They expect you to read and teach yourself. Well, it's good they're paying for half your tuition. Maybe you have a good education. I mean, can't go by everybody. Everybody's different. Every school's different. But one thing I've learned is they don't really teach, and that seems to be pretty universal. You're expected to learn on your own. Are they all born now? Or hatched? Whatever it is, they were hatching. Much more project-based. I've heard that about some. My sister went to college and she was forever having to do projects with other people, and you all shared the grade no matter who did what and how lousy it was because of who did what. You all shared a grade. I know that was one of her biggest pet peeves about it. In technical school, we had that problem too. We had to join as groups and try to put projects together. So the three of us at the top of the class got together and we were able to put together a really well-working project, and the rest of the class who didn't know what they were doing couldn't. And they were very upset and complaining that it wasn't fair that they got stuck with the people that didn't know what they were doing. Well, none of them knew what they were doing. So the three of us wanted to be together because we were at the top of the class. We didn't want to be with them. Let's see. Oh, it'll be over the next few hours, the birthing process. That just says, and I'm actually very aware of the things they'll be teaching because I've already learned most of them. Well, that's a good start. How long do you stream for? That is, let's say my longest one has been 11 and a half hours. I usually stream for a minimum of 6 to 7 hours. I'm currently at 7 hours now, but I'm still awake. If I was sleepier, I'd say we'd be ending now, but I'm still awake. So being a night owl, I'll end up sleeping most of tomorrow. That's it. You have no choice but to work with others. That's what my sister hated, and that's what we hated. But we did get to choose, and we chose, the three of us chose to work together because we were the top of the class. We didn't want to work with those ones behind us that knew nothing, because that would just ruin everything. Our grade depended on what we did, and if we had these people that didn't know what they were doing, so we chose each other, and luckily the teacher let us do it. But then the others complained. So the reason it's so project oriented is because the field of work I'd be going into was always collaborative. It's a good idea to get used to working with people then. If it's going to be your field, then you have no choice but to work with others. My grandpa does that. Lulu says, it's time to take my stupid medication. All right, I'll get you up for one. So Ruru says, I see. Not sure what we're talking about here. Katya says, I can't hate that because any job I get will be with other people. I've had a lot of jobs where I didn't have to really work with people. I don't necessarily have to work with people. Like the jobs I could get with this will never ever have me working alone. Well, but if that's what you choose, then that's what you choose. It's certainly, your choice. I mean, you're the one that's got to be happy doing what you work. And if you can enjoy your work, it's much better than having a job you hate. Katya says, my grandpa is the same, sleeps during the day and stays awake at night. Yeah. Katya said, it's film. I have to work with people. Okay, well, Laura Nettles is involved in film. She's the lighting department. She's another YouTuber. Jibber says, I'm the same, but I don't really sleep since I have class. Yeah, well, I can sleep tomorrow for a little while, anyhow. But I'm awake now because I slept during the day. And I never know. Sometimes it hits me harder than others. Right now, I'm awake. So I'm still up for sprinting right now. Kind of waiting for the new post to come out that has my prompt words for the next section of my story. I'm writing a long, I call them serial prompt stories on my blog. I'm a blogger, and I do prompts. And this one, she puts 3 words out every day. And on Fridays, she does the 3 words, plus she does the 21 words total for the week. So I have to write twice on Friday using all those words. And they don't necessarily go together, but I'm making stories out of them, and they're actually becoming books for me, just working out pretty good. How long is it? You mean the sprint? Excuse me, the sprint is 25 minutes. Currently, it's 25 minutes. Is that a problem? It's 25, okay? I usually prefer 30 minutes, but a lot of people don't like more than 25, so I dropped it down to 25. Oh, you don't know if you're up for writing. You don't have to. You can read. You can stare at the screen. You can clean your house. You can nap. You can watch TV. I don't. I don't worry about what you know when you come back. If you don't want to say anything, you don't have to say what you did. It's up to you. You did 40 today, but that was from Kate's morning sprint. You're not much of a reader. That's weird. Most writers are readers, usually. You just came from 7 hours of watching TV. I don't know what else to suggest. You can do whatever you want. It's certainly up to you. I don't tell people what they can do, can't do. All I do is set the timer and I do my thing and you do your thing. And I think it's funny that we put importance on reading as a writer, but not writing as a reader. Different thing completely. Most people can read, but not everybody can write. So no, I don't think it's weird. Chipper says, I wish I had that type of free time. In my case, I'm disabled, so I can't work. So my time is pretty much my time. Gotcha has one online class and does it 2 times a week. And you're 17, so you're not even a full adult yet. You know, have the responsibilities of a full adult at this point. You're able to go to college. It's cool. You're not. Some people have to work in order to go to college. Got 3 credits left. Last year of high school. Everything's different right now with the pandemic, of course, going on. Things were different when I was in high school. A long time ago. Long time ago. So I graduated in 1975. Yeah, yours is online. Lots of said, but it's better than the other English class. And gibberish thinks it sucks. I wish they had online classes. They didn't have computers when I was in school. Believe me, they didn't have all that. And it's funny, my grandson, he's 23 years old, just got out of the Marine Corps. And he's getting excited to go. He's going to college in person. He's going to go out all the way from New Jersey to, I think it's Minnesota, to go to college at a university out there. He's not going online. He's going to college. The way you used to. Katja says I switched out of it because my teacher was really bad at noticing me, I guess. Every single student except me was learning in class. And I was online using video to see. That sucks. He put me as his last priority. I seemed too much like an afterthought. I'm sorry. So I switched to asynchronous learning. Yeah, a lot of people are switching to online high schools and regular schools. They're going to plain, take every school, every class is all online. So, I wish those kind of things were available when I was younger, but they weren't. Gibber says everyone in my online class is so quiet and the professors call on us randomly. Then there is breakout groups. It's a mess. Well, you guys are not the only ones I've heard complaining about school and whatnot. So, of course, I can't relate because I've never been really in an online class. All my classes that I did take, the few I took were all in-person classes. Breakout rooms are bad. I did them once. All of my other online classes have been fine. Shiver says you don't want to relate, Tessa. Foster says, except that English one, which is why I switched out of it. He was just really, really bad at teaching for both in-class and online students. We had a really bad teacher, and we finally got together and went to the head of the school and said, look, this guy doesn't even speak English, and he's not teaching us anything at all. He doesn't even understand. He can't answer questions. I mean, they had to do something about him because that whole class was a total waste. The only reason I got anywhere in that is because I already knew about databases and knew how to do computer stuff with databases. The rest of my class didn't, so they were stuck. They were all struggling, and I tried to help as much as I could, but I wasn't a teacher, and I didn't know everything that was in there, but I did know enough that I got by. But he was a bad teacher. Chipper says, when I was online last year, it was easy because it was my last year of high school and the pandemic just started. I think right now, things are awkward. Anyhow, I mean, my grandkids are in regular, school, and they're, struggling with come back to school, go home, have online school for a few days a week and regular school a few days a week, then go back to online school. They've been thrown all around and, whatnot. So they've had a rough time. Spring break is coming, Gibber says, in 2 weeks. Yay. Well, that's good. Latcha says, I'm writing a romance right now. The story isn't a romance. It just has it in it. Oh, I'm trying to figure that one out. Okay, currently in a weird friend-related conflict. One of my regulars who has fallen asleep, obviously since she never came back, writes romance, and she ghost writes. So she writes romance not only for other people, but that doesn't get the credit for it. Somebody else gets the credit as having written it because she ghost writes. But she writes romance nonstop. Latcha says, I know what to write, I just don't seem to want to write it. Well, she writes it nonstop, and she works a real job. So she says, like, I can't even work on my own work. I have to write these romance stories. And she just, you know, goes right along, dumping out romance after romance after romance that has a romance plot in it. I got a couple of books on writing romance, but I haven't tried doing it yet. I'm currently in the murder mystery field. Not that I know a lot about what I'm doing. Marshall and Cassius. Two names I like very much. Nice names. Also have Ulysses, Armani, Maribel, and Solange, to name a few characters. A few different names there. My book is nothing super strange. They're all fairly common names. I tried to find names for the age that they are. So I looked at the census names for, a certain year that, they were born, to get an idea of what names to use. But I used mostly pretty fairly common names. Fun fact, all those names are based in Latin. Really cool. Don't know anything about Latin. Oh, it looks like it jumped. I know what to write. I just don't seem to want to write it. The book is adult high fantasy, but it has a romance plot in it. Okay, part of it jumped. Between murder. Okay. Adult high fantasy. Now, I'm not a fantasy writer or reader. Every character in your book's name is considered a Latin name. That's cool. One way of doing it. I went and renamed everybody in my book because I just picked some names, and I had a lot of names that were similar. I was trying to make them different, and I ended up with two of them that were pretty close, and I didn't realize it. Master Sango is going to grab a bite to eat. Be back soon. Okay. Gibberish is asking somebody, do you speak a different language? I'm going to assume it's Vacha. Vacha speaks French, English, and French. That's it. Ruru says K. Vacha said English is my first language. I speak English, a couple words in Spanish. My French is very limited. Very, very, very limited. And my German's even more limited than that. I don't know too. I don't remember much. I was in high school. Gibberish is asking. I don't know. English. English it is for me, I'm afraid. Please. I know that's English. I'm not sure exactly which. I don't know. What is it? French? Gibberish is taking French right now. Yeah, I know a little bit of Spanish, but not a whole lot. And even less right now because my brain is kind of tired. A little late at night. It doesn't want to work. I can't even think of a Spanish phrase. No, not coming out. Well, I think that's I study in French. My grammar skills and vocabulary are far superior in English. Shiver says for 11 years. You spoken French for 11 years? Or am I getting the two of you confused? The last time I took Spanish in school was in 74. 1974. I didn't have the last year, no, 73, because I tried a year of French and didn't get much out of it. And then I had a half a year of German and got thrown out of class. I listened to it in school from kindergarten to grade 9. And the grade 9. Adult high fantasy. I'm not exactly sure of what adult high fantasy is. Like I said, I'm not a fantasy person. I don't follow fantasy. I don't read it. Don't write it. So I'm not really sure what that is. No, it's not my favorite genre. Read that wrong. High fantasy means fictional world. No fantasy takes place on Earth. There you go. So you like to create fictional worlds. You like to build worlds. Oh God. I couldn't even imagine that. I've seen people struggling to build worlds. Not my thing. Adult just means mature. Not YA or middle grade fantasy. Yeah, I'm not so much into it. I've read a little bit of young adult fantasy. I can't remember though. I don't know if she built a world, so it was probably on Earth. Oh, Clatcha says I thought I read gibberish messages. That's my favorite genre. Yeah, earlier I had somebody in here who's really into fantasy and building worlds, and they really enjoy building worlds. I can't imagine trying to create a world. I prefer to stay in contemporary regular world. stuff. My stuff is not fantasy. It is more contemporary. I don't like Victorian or anything like that. Oh, these things are starting to hurt my ears. Have them on for 7.5 hours. My ears are saying, get them off. Oh, I gotta go take that medicine too. I'm thinking of it. Or did I take it? I don't think I took it. I gotta go take it. Let me start a stream. You guys can do what you want to do. I am medicine today. And Pacha says it's written nearly 50K of it in this book. Romance. Gotta love it. I've written nearly 50K of it in this book. And they met in chapter 5 almost 40,000 words ago. I don't know if you took it. I don't remember. I turned the alarm off, but I didn't take it. I didn't get up. I should have, because now I almost forgot. So I have to go take it now. I set an alarm because I can never remember to take my medicines. So I got to go take it now before I forget. So I'm going to set a sprint up. And you guys can do whatever you want to do during the sprint. It's up to you. If you want to sit there and talk, you can sit there and talk. But I got things I got to do. So I'm going to put the timer on. 25 minutes. I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All right. And I'm going to mute myself. And I will be back in 24 minutes. Alrighty. So I ended up eating something, took my pill. I didn't remember to take the pill. The bloody battle scene is finally almost over. It's referring to your little quails as they come out. It's like Ruru got 443 words, despite the battle going on in the I figured pasting the link would make things a little bit easier. You guys can't post links, but I can. And a tattoo. Tattoo? Gotcha loves tattoos. I was checking if I'd spelled it wrong. Oh. Oh, the annoying battle scene that you're writing when you can't actually kill anybody. I thought you were talking about the little quails. Tattoos. I don't mind tattoos, but I don't have any because I don't like needles. So, unfortunately, no tattoos. Or should I say incorrectly because spell is a verb. You love needles? God. Well, I'm terrified of them, but unfortunately, I'm a diabetic and I take insulin. So I get plenty of needles, believe me. More needles than I would like to have. That's for sure. I was terrified as a child. I used to run all around the doctor's office and try to give me a needle. I still did that when I was a teenager. And then when I was 30, my dad's like looking at me and I'm like, God, if I do that again, he's gonna flip out. I'm 30 years old. And I'm still terrified of needles. If I start running around like a child again, carrying on. So I had to behave myself. And well, now I get stuck so many times that I'm used to needles. But I don't want a tattoo. Then my daughter says they do hurt. She's got a lot of them. So she says, They definitely do hurt. She's got a couple smaller ones on her ankles. She's got a big one all around her shoulder and down her arm. And then she got a tramp stamp across her back. I forget how many total she has. 4 or 5 at least. She goes, man, especially the ankle one. She said the ankle one really hurt her. Semicolon. So, Sarah Cannon has them between her fingers, like on her fingers. It's kind of a strange place to have a tattoo, I think. Oh well. Ruru says, I have a battle, and the setup is that the characters are being controlled by Venom, so they are attacking, but I can't do anything to them except incapacitating them. Trevor said, yeah, I would most likely get small ones, but I don't like pain. Gotcha says, I'll be tattooing my hands first for sure. And she loves hand tattoos. No, not me. The ones on the fingers, I don't know, they're so sweet. They're in a weird place. Like they're blocked by the rest of your fingers. It's kind of weird to see tattoos all over fingers. Well, my daughter had, like I said, 4 or 5 of them. She says they hurt her like hell, but she kept on having them. So I guess the pain's not as bad as it could have been. So, so she did the first one down the arm, and then she decided to add the shoulder to it, and it made that one big. The tramp stamp is already pretty big. It's across her back. The one on the ankle's not too bad. Where does she have the others? I don't remember. She's got 4 or 5 of them. Who says, well, oh, Master Sango was asking you, what is the terrain, anything in the environment that your characters can use to their advantage? She's almost done with the scene. She already removed. She's almost done with the scene. That was interesting. Hatcha says, guys with hand tats and high hands to go with it are hot. Trevor said, yes, they are hot. Hatcha, as I've said once and will say again, men's hands are severely underappreciated. Hatcha says there's long fingers, large bones, veins. Love every bit of it. Knuckles. Can't forget about those. Her says underground caverns. It's fantasy, so that makes it more annoying because I can't just spell blast. Katja says not that they don't fall into the bones category. My gosh, 8 hours. I've been on this thing 8 hours now. Hard to believe. Tomorrow's my night off. I don't stream tomorrow. Yeah, the first time I ever saw the ones on the fingers was Sarah Cannon. And I'm like, what does she have on her hands? Because I kept seeing them, but I couldn't see it clearly. And then I realized they had to be tattoos. Man, gotta love them and hate them. Yeah. Lot just says I can't hate all of them. I have a few in my life that I hate, but I don't hate all men. Just the one I used to be married to. And a couple others. Well, you can either write for 25 minutes or something for 25 minutes. Or I can go. Because the longer I sit here, the more I'm going to want to fall asleep. I got married when I was 19. I was too young to get married. I got married at 19, and I was definitely too young. I know that now. Doesn't help much. First two children by 21 and 22. Last child when I was 30. And now I'm a grandmother of 5, ranging from 23 to 1. And the 23 and the 1-year-old are related. And there's a 14-year-old in the middle there. So my one daughter has a 23-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 1-year-old. She had that 1-year-old at 41, and she realizes now having babies at 40 is not a good idea. Let's see. You can drop stalactites or the cavern roof itself cave in. You can lower the infected into cave tunnels to bottleneck them so they are bunched up and can attack. Also trap them in a dead end so they are bunched up. Gibberish said, whoa, the jump. Rue says, I only have the final boss of the battle left, though, so it's good. Alrighty, Master Sango says. Rue says, wow, I wish I had thought of that. There's always a thing called rewrite. If the idea appeals and you can make it work better, you can always rewrite. Just remember. And of course, my 1-year-old grandson, I have barely seen since the pandemic. We aren't together because of social distancing. We don't live together, so we're not together. I don't get to see my grandson. He's growing up, missing it. Sent you a link on Discord. You post it in the chat. Sent me a link on the Discord. Well, if I can find it. Alright, so this is the link. I think. Let's see if I got this right. We'll find out in a second when I put it in there, right? See if that's the link you're looking for. Make sure I did it right. Master Sangus is perfect. Use the shield to back them up. Hurl them where you want them to go. You're welcome. Ideal man hand aesthetic. Let's see. Anyway, I can see that is to go. Over here. Click on it. It's not bad. I like them better that way. The way the girl, Sarah Cannon, hers are running down the sides of the hands, down the fingers, down the sides. It's like lettering down the sides of her fingers. And I don't know what it says, but it's this is nice. There's just nice little pictures on there. Not bad. Yeah, there's one in here of the girl has it shows her fingers. And it says choose you on her finger. That's something sort of like what Sarah Cannon has. So you see words down her hands, down her fingers. It looks a little strange, but I do like the little pictures on the fingers themselves. That's not bad. So many tabs open. They probably are words of encouragement. I haven't been able to see them, still, so I haven't had a chance to really read them. But oh, you're welcome. There's a lot of people that do mental health things, and I don't know exactly what they would mean. They have them put on. I just too afraid to have a tattoo done. Not sure. What are you talking about? Thousands of words into the chat. What time do you usually fall asleep or waking up? I have no set time. When I'm tired, I go to bed. I get up when I feel like it. Unless there's something I have to do and I have to get up, then I have no choice. Tomorrow I have to be up at least by 2:30-ish. About that time. Which reminds me, I'll just set the alarm or I forget. 2:30. Unless you get up at 2. Why do I have a 1 o'clock alarm set? I am not sure. I guess I was going to get up at 1 o'clock. Oh, yeah, I was going to get up at 1 o'clock. I don't have to now. I get up at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I'm not on any special time. You know, as I'm disabled, I don't work. I don't have unless I have a doctor appointment or something to go to, I don't have to follow a set schedule. I can do what I want. You have to go pick up estrogen tomorrow at the pharmacy, run out of my pills. And I have to go to the pharmacy. That's what I'm getting up tomorrow to do, is go to the pharmacy. I have to get more insulin and I have to get my antibiotic because they didn't have enough. Yeah, later today, exactly. Chipper says, you take estrogen for what, if you don't mind me asking? Gotcha says, transitioning hormonally. My body doesn't produce estrogen. I've got an idea what that is. I'm not exactly sure. Would I? All of your estrogen comes from tiny purple pills. 2 a day. My body doesn't make insulin. It comes from needles. I have an insulin pump right now, which is not working, so I have to go pick up needles to help until I get my new insulin pump. Something is definitely not right with this one. Yeah, I guess you do need a refill. Missing them probably isn't a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my pills are supposed to be ready when I get there. I called in for my pain medicine, and they should have my insulin, and then I have to get the antibiotic from another pharmacy because they didn't have I didn't have enough, and it wasn't my normal pharmacy, thanks to the time of day that I called the doctor. My pharmacy was already closed, so when I get to the pharmacy and they're like, well, we don't have enough. Can't give them to you. They're going to give you a few. You're going to have to come back. I'm like, gee, thanks. So, yeah, they told me after 12 it should be ready. So, it's 12. Never heard of that one. Anti-androgens. No, I've heard of that one. Oh, so your body stops producing testosterone. Wow. Is that forever? I mean, we have to take estrogen forever and this other one to stop the testosterone? You don't even want to know how many pills I take a day. Of course, I'm not a young person, but I take so many damn pills and money. But is it something you have to do the rest of your life, or will it eventually stop taking all these pills? You need to, because you can't transition physically if you don't. But I mean, once you transition, can you stop taking those pills, or will you still have to continue taking them? You have to take the anti-androgen until you have sex reassignment surgery. Oh, wow. That sounds difficult. Okay. And then your body will no longer be able to produce it. So you won't be doing this the rest of your life just until you finish all your transitioning and surgery and that stuff. But you'll still need the estrogen pills. Okay. Okay, they can't make your body produce that. So you'll have to continue that. Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how that works, but that was pretty well understood now. Well, sounds like from male to female, if I'm not misunderstanding. Because men produce testosterone. They're trying to stop the testosterone and start estrogen. So that means male to female. Male to female. Okay, I figured that one out on my own. See, sometimes my brain works. I got quite a few transgender friends now, becoming more commonly familiar with things. Not all of them are going. I don't think all of them are planning on transitioning. But you're young, so that would make sense to do it now and get it done, and then have the rest of your life. I'm not judging you. I don't judge. I just don't understand. I'm trying to understand how it works. The The only way to learn is ask questions. You need to sign up for that waiting list, the sex reassignment one. There's a waiting list? Wow. 1 to 2 years. Yeah, I'd get on that list as soon as possible. Well, you're young, though. Are you allowed to at 17? You said you were 17, right? I'd like to get that done before college is over. Should be able to get on a list within a month. I'll be getting it at 18 to 19. But yes, well, that sounds not too bad. And then you'll have the rest of your life to live it as you wish. I would be allowed at 17 had I met the requirements. Those good old requirements for everything. I wish you lots of luck. Hopefully the waiting list won't be that long and you can get it done and get on with your life. That's even better. Surgery is also free. That's great. You won't find that in the U.S. Probably cost you a mint. I'm glad you're over there in Canada. That much? $30,000 to $40,000. Oh my gosh. And I'm sure the insurance doesn't cover that, right? Um, let's see. It stopped in, get this right in my mind. I think it was 2012 that it stopped. I was pretty young for compared to a lot of women. I was in my 50s when I went into now my mind's not working. The hell's bug? I don't know. My mind just completely stopped. So 2012, and this is 2021. What's that, 9 years ago? Am I thinking wrong? My math is not so great when I'm not half asleep. 2012 to 2022 would be 10. Well, I think it was 9 years ago. And that's when it officially completely stopped. I mean, leading up to it, it would go like 11 years. And they say you have to go 12 months before they consider you totally stopped. And then 11 and a half months, I would get it. So then we'd have to start the count all over again. So officially, the last one I had was 2012. I'm not ready to sleep. My brain's not functioning right. And math is not my best subject. Never has been. I'm a writer. Math is not my thing. Yes, the U.S. makes us pay for everything. So that's really great that you can get it done and done by then. Free. I guess that's why we don't have as many that manage to have the surgery here, because who can afford that unless they're rich? Because insurance won't cover it. They could probably consider that a cosmetic thing. So that would be a no brainer. They wouldn't cover that. So Yeah, I have a lot of friends now that are transgender, which so I'm learning more and more about it now. It's not something I was familiar with till recently in the last few years. I mean, I've heard of it, but I now have friends. So, I know a lot more about it than I used to have. In Canada, or at least Ontario, it's not considered under cosmetic. It would be in the U.S., yeah. Breast surgery is for people who want. Aha. So that part is cosmetic. Interesting. But if you're coming from male to female, wouldn't you need that surgery? Or not? Or does oh no, actually, maybe the estrogen that helps you grow. I don't know a lot about it. I'm not super. Okay, the estrogen does that. After I said that, I thought about it. I thought, yeah, that's right. The estrogen would produce it. Okay. Okay. All right. Gotcha. That's interesting. Learning new something new. I learn something new every day. Hmm. Yeah, I can't imagine what it feels like to be trapped in a body that I don't want to be in. I mean, for me, I want to be a female, so there's no problem there. I can't imagine what must feel like to be trapped in a body that you don't want to be in. I'm getting more and more used to seeing it now because I've got so many friends. Like I said, so many friends on here that are transgender. Some are just staying the way they are. Some, like you, are trying to change, their body. I don't know if they just don't want to or they just can't because they're stuck in the U.S. And if it costs that much, I can imagine why they're not able to do hmm, they wouldn't be able to do that surgery. Holy cow. It's a lot of money. It's just the separation of primary sex characteristics of the brain and primary sex characteristics of the body. Sometimes they just don't line up, and we can't change our brains. Believe me, they tried for decades. uh, I can't imagine. I mean, I can feel for you, but I don't know what it feels like because I'm happy being a female. Now, if I was born a male with my brain the way it is, then I would feel like what you must be going through because there's no way I want to be a man. So if I was born as a man, then I would have the feelings that you are going through. Hopefully in a couple of years you'll be done and over with and you can get on with your life. Shiver says, if I was born male, I'd be happy. I don't have to go through menstrual time. Yeah, that's one good thing about being born male. But my brain is not male. My brain is female. So, hmm, yeah, no risk of pregnancy or periods for you. Well, that's a good thing. Not even after the surgery. Well, cool. You don't have to worry about it. That's good. I guess it could be bad if you wanted to have a child. As long as you're happy not having a child, then I mean that could, obviously that could be a problem if you wanted a child. But you don't really want children. Oh, well, that's good. That would be the hard part. Go through all that, but not be able to have a child if you wanted one. Jibber says, oh my God, see, I had 3 children. I actually enjoyed being pregnant, except for the giving birth part. I like being pregnant. I didn't like the giving birth part. That hurt like hell. That's normalized females not wanting kids. I don't know if they'll ever normalize that. They just expect females to want kids. That just said your friend just gave birth. Like 3 days ago. Wow. Rue says, boss battles sigh. It's a slugfest. um, Chipper says, I think the only reason I get pregnant is because no periods. That's how much I hate my period. Being pregnant's not, I mean, part of being pregnant can be fun if you're sick all the time and whatnot. It's not. My aide, I have a home health aide, comes out here to help me. She's pregnant right now, and she's sick as hell, and she is miserable, super miserable. And some women are sick the whole time. I had a really bad problem with my periods. They were so heavy, and I ended up after my 3rd child, I had fibroids, and oh God, you want to talk about bleeding? They were growing in my uterus. They were huge. Once I went through menopause, that's the word I was looking for earlier. They went away. Who said the one of the implants can make go away for a while? Gotcha says super weird, but I've never had a project line up with any NaNo. I tried a line. I'm not sure what's going to happen this one because I've got a book that I'm editing and beta readers, and I'm putting it together, and that has to be done by May 1st. And then I have 2 other books started that I'm working on. So I'm not sure exactly what I'm writing. I do have a deadline though for book 1 to get it to the editor, so it does have to come ahead of the others. So I'm gonna have to, work on them. But you can have an infertility issue later. Archer says, literally thought this current one would end at the end of camp in April. But no, guess what? I'll be finished before April even starts. That's cool. And then won't be drafting at all during April. Are you going to edit it? Because you can count editing during NaNo. You can count that. Master Stango says, I drink raspberry leaf tea and nettle leaf tea to reduce menstrual pain to something manageable. Wish I had known about this from the beginning and not just last year. Oh gosh, I didn't know they were able to make it manageable. Pretty painful. Consciousness, not really. Beta reading, weird editing, rereading, waiting for mail. That's about it. Oh well. Rue says April NaNo is get to pick your word count, so it's just like regular writing, not much point. Yeah. But I hate the one where it makes it mandatory 50,000 because I'm not a 50,000 word writer. 50,000, too many. My book 1 now is currently about 52,000, but it wasn't when I was, it was hard to get that. I didn't normally write anything close to 50,000. This one is actually 52,000 some words. It's going to be less though. I have to take some stuff out. So we'll see. Eve and Primrose helps. I've done 22K this month so far. Got a 14K week. Good job. Then a week of depression and crying for 3 days over a boy. Well, that's typical. Oh, boy. Got 4K that week. Now I've done 2K this week. Rue's done 35K so far this month. I'm not keeping track. I need to keep track during NaNo. And right now I'm in editing, so I don't, necessarily have an word count unless I work on one of the projects where I'm writing. So right now, so I'm not sure. I'm at 6K that week. I have spreadsheets. I check all my words every day, right? Yeah, I know some people do. I do. I'm not really worried about it. I figure I write what I feel like writing, and what I write is fine with me. You only keep track during NaNo. And even then, sometimes I do it, I figure it out, and put the word count as hours, minutes. I count the minutes. I'm going to do this many minutes every day, and then that many, I've done that before. I usually do that during camp, though. I lucked out this last one. I actually managed to come up with the right amount of words, which I didn't think would happen. Mostly the 50,000 K words, I have a hard time with. I just can't do that. Rue says I'm keeping track because it's a new book. Well, some people do. Some people keep very close track of everything. I do a lot of writing, and it's not necessarily all in a book. I do a lot of blogs, posts, and I tried keeping track for the mill wordy thing, and it drove me crazy. I said, this is ridiculous. I gave up on that. Said I'm not even going to bother. I don't keep track of what I write. I'm not worried about what I write. I know, Word will tell me how many words I have. So it's not a big major issue. If I need to know what I've written, I can, look see what I've written. But I don't worry about it. 83.7K into your draft. Wow. It's a lot of work. I'm definitely an underwriter when it comes to words. I have a hard time just getting to 50,000, let alone anything more than that. None of my books are going to be super long. Probably all. Well, they used to say that 50K was a novella, but now they're changing it to 40K and under is a novella, and 40 to 50K and upward is a novel. So I can technically call mine a novel, even though it's only 52,000 words. Your next book is going to be about 150K. Wow. I'm liking long word counts, regrets, and I'll check everything for some stuff. Novellas around 20 to 40. Maybe search it on his writing my novella. Yeah, exactly. Who says I need to stab my main character now? I just said first book I wrote did it for YouTube. Good job. Bruce says it's just a sec. There's a list of the what is what. Just says I watched a half season of TV today. I haven't had the TV on in that forever, it seems like. Just says, as I mentioned, the 7 hours. Who says novella, 17,500 to 40,000 words. Novelette, 7,700 to 17,500 words. Short story, less than 7,500 words. I write a lot of short stories and flash fiction. As a blogger, so I've written well over 1,000 maybe 2,000 for all I know of short stories and flash fiction. This is my first time writing a novel. Every time I do NaNo, I come up with a partial thing of don't know what to do with it. I actually got something. I started this in July of last year. And then I rewrote it for November's NaNo to a different thing. And now I'm working on finishing it up. It's taking quite a while. The season ended. One of the best scenes so far was the one of the characters getting adopted by his friend's parents. It almost made me cry because the guy who was adopted was one of my favorite characters. And it just made so much sense for them too. And when I realized that's what was happening, it made me very happy. It's cool. Wait on 9 hours. I'm starting to get a little tired. I think I need to hit the bed. Alarm clock's gonna go off. His mother was a drug addict, and he was homeless for a while. Bruce said, okay, stabby, stabby now. Roger said then moved in secretly with said friend. Then went to jail. Because he was 17, he needed to be released into custody. Jesus. Master Sango says, thank you for streaming. And you are all very welcome. And I hope to see you guys again. I stream 5 times a week. They may not all be this long. But a lot of them are this long. So Monday and Wednesday I do not stream. But the rest of Wednesday I stream on somebody else's channel. I'm a co-host. So you guys are welcome. And yeah, it's time for me. It's definitely time for me to lay down because I got up tomorrow. I'm getting tired now, so the longer I sit here, I'm liable to fall asleep on you, and you don't want me to fall asleep on you. So I'm going to just end this now. Thanks for the great conversation, and hope to see all of you soon. Have a great night, guys and girls and whoever's. Whoever's. I can't keep everybody straight. Everyone have a great night. Just make it everyone. You guys are all welcome. Like I said, you're welcome anytime. 5 days a week in the evenings, Eastern Standard Time, I stream. 7s during the week and 5 during the weekends. PM. Eastern Standard Time. So you're welcome to join me anytime. I had a great time. Well, I'm going to end now and hit the bed. Good night, guys. Thank you, Master Sanko. You have sweet dreams as well. All of you. Night, night.